Alright guys, welcome back to Torment, Tides of Numenera. Hit continue, try to figure out where we were at about 8 hours ago now. I got a few hours sleep, so let my voice recuperate a little bit. A lot of reading, but I did it. No problem. Not much problem anyway. Okay, come on. Yes, got over the 72% hump. Whatever that it was. Alright. Yeah, right before the end of stream, we did pick up Eritis. We did pick up Eritis. He is our glaive. So he's the big hitter. He's the one that's swinging for the fences. Then we've got our Jack right here with Tabir. And then we've got our Nano that this whole time I've been thinking that he was a glaive because he could use medium melee weapons. But we've got him, Alagern, and then here we are. We've chosen to be a Jack also. Got pretty nice weapon right here, right out of the gate. Picked it up right outside of where we started off at. Talk to El Hinto again. Good to see you again, friend. Here to visit our tentacle guest. I'm looking for someone who can repair a complicated device. It must be in desperate shape if you're patrolling the circus talking to strangers, he says. Do you have a piece of the device? Might be that I can offer my opinion. Yes, I have this shard of crystal. He accepts the crystal shard with great care, turning it over and over in his cracked hands. In the silence, you catch a glint of wood smoke and notice that his eyes have turned slate gray. Living crystals, he mutters at last, seeking a greater hole, still warm, maybe alive, maybe thinking. He hands the shard back to you with a touch of regret. Interesting piece of tech, but not one I know much about. Sorry, friend. Try asking around some more. All right. Farewell then. Can I talk to Canadu? Oh, okay. This large, bald, broad-shouldered man turns to face you. You freeze. It's not his dark cloak or his sledgehammer. It's that beneath his mustache and goatee, he is so ugly that he'd scare his own mother in a dark alley. He gives you an abrupt nod, and you get the distinct impression that here stands a man who enjoys the boredom of standing guard in the company of his own thoughts. Nothing to see here unless you pay El Hinto. He says it's clear that you aren't moving along. He says when it's clear that you aren't moving on. With that, he returns his gaze to the distant sea. Looking for someone who can repair a device. He's already shaking his head before you finish speaking. We don't know anyone like that. We aren't from around here. Okay. I'll look elsewhere. See, look. The map. Got points of interest, a couple of them. Got merchants that I haven't spoke to, I don't think. Spoke to the one. I don't think I spoke to this one. In the shadows cast by the folds of this merchant's cowl, you glimpse hints of verdant chitin and amber mandibles erupting from pale human flesh. Her voluminous robes cannot hide the fact that her movements are off, as if too many joints inhabit too little space. But her voice is a warm, tumbling flood of spoken thoughts and impulses. A fair afternoon to you. Warm, isn't it? Something begins humming in one of her many pockets, and her brilliant, multifaceted eyes flicker towards an invisible point in the distance. Well, not as warm as it could be, but this is the warmest minute of the week by a considerable margin. Where am I? There it is. She trails off, but the hum continues. Oh, you have one of those tattoos too. Anyway, can I interest you in some prime artifacts, dusty relics, Numenera of uncertain origin? You said someone else had my tattoo? Who? Oh, right, a pale lady. She wanted me to fix an artifact of hers, but I couldn't make any sense of it. And that is rare. Believe me. Prada sighs. I felt sorry for her. To tell you the truth, she seemed sad, like she'd lost something and she was never going to get it back. Okay. I'm looking for someone who can repair a complex machine. Can you help? Ooh, I'd love to. Complex machines are my favorite. But no, I shouldn't. I'm really behind on work orders this month. This may surprise you, but I'm very, very, very easily distracted. She shrugs beneath her robes. You're better off with someone else. Sorry. Okay then. See what you're selling. Cryophorus Dart. Deals 20 damage. Confers bleeding. 10 point of health. All allies in range of target point. That's cool too. Phase detonation. Deals 12 transdimensional damage. That's good too. That's 20 damage though. Huh. And that third man, refill health, might, speed, and intellect for all party members. That's cool. This small stone statue of a handsome man is cunningly carved. Something resembling music plays from it, filling the minds of the user and its allies with a hope and belief that victory is not only possible, but inevitable, no matter what odds are being faced. Got some money. It's kind of burning a hole in my pocket, but I'm afraid to do anything. Afraid to buy much. Okay, I'm not going to buy anything right there. Ooh, there's a sculpture. That's different. This portly man's cracked and bleeding hands are always moving, picking fretfully at his thick lips, running through his thinning hair, or molding aimless shapes in the air. His clothes are marked with paint, dust, dried blood, and clay. His eyes brim with frustrated tears as he studies the strangely familiar sculptures arrayed about him. A soul like slivers of ice, he mutters. Fingertips, long, shriveled, sharp, screams, trapped in flesh. She holds him in place. She's killing him. He's not looking at her. Why is it he? Afraid? No. He claws absently at his sparse beard. What am I not seeing? What am I missing? A potential customer? What? No, you're not, he says, effortlessly drawing you into his self-directed tirade. No one wants these. They're honest, but ugly. Death pulled from dead stone. He coughs a cloud of dust. And I wouldn't sell it to anyone in any case, not even for a tuft of bread. None of them are worth buying. None of them are right. I am Zelfi, stonecarver, sculptor, divine painter of living eyes, and in this challenge, my greatest work, my talent, has finally abandoned me. He sweeps a scornful hand at the sculptures. Behold my art, wanderer. Witness these dull stumps, these crude replicas of a sublime being. What is it you think I've made? Yes. Ooh, that only gets me up to 60%. roll the dice, I guess. Let me go back, cancel. Maybe I can go back into it and try again. And why should you? Zeophi says with gloomy satisfaction. I barely understand it myself. The only purpose these sculptures serve are as tombstones for my once monumental talent. Zeophi kneads his eyes with his fingers. It is meant to be a portrayal of a man and the amorphous predator that devoured him. You stare at the sculptures and memory immediately clicks into place. This towering thing is the true form of the creature that pursues you. Zeophi has sculpted the sorrow. I saw this creature on a cold night not long ago. Smoking coronas of blackened light drew me to my window, Zeophi says, shaping the scene with his palms. And there, on the street below, was she, gripping a man in her talons. Before my very eyes, she ripped his essence from him, leaving him a steaming husk. He drops his hands. But what do you care? You don't grasp the importance of capturing such a subject. Maybe I can help him, yeah. I've seen aspects of her. Maybe I can help you capture the details. Zeophi stares at you dumbfounded. You think I'm trying to sculpt the killer? He says, and then immediately corrects himself. Of course I am. I've succeeded. In fact, she is beauty and vengeance incarnate. What artist worth his metal couldn't capture such a being? Zeophi clucks his tongue. But she doesn't need to be remembered. How could anyone forget such a lethal creature? No, the source of my ruin is this damnable man. Zeophi points a trembling finger at the faceless human cradled in the statue's talons, a charred, oddly familiar pattern etched on the stone head. He stared eternity in the face and did not blink. But he will be forgotten unless I capture him here, and I cannot do that unless I know what drove him. Zeophi swallows. The moment he fell, I ran for the street, but the Dendro herd claimed his body and took it away. Probably to their foul chapel in Underbelly. Now I'll never know who he was. Let me see. Tell me about the Dendro her then. They are a cult and a curse, Zeophi says. They would have you believe they exist to preserve the great works of humanity to celebrate life. You may even believe them until you smell their breath. The truth is they squat in their underbelly chapel eating corpses and claiming it gives them power.
I'll remember that.
Okay. Sorrow's prey. So now I need to go hunt down several pieces. The creature depicted appears to almost lunge out of the stone, almost as if hurtling itself at the sculptor. Perhaps that's why they were left unfinished. Don't talk to me, talk to the boss. Okay, I'll talk to the boss then. ToN Magyar. As you approach, the wild-haired woman eyes you speculatively and whispers something to her companions. They burst out laughing, and a slight smirk plays about her lips. A breathing mask dangles from a cord around her neck, and you can see where it has cut permanent grooves into her face. She ruffles her hair, messing it still further, and sings out, "Come to buy a slave, cast off? If you've come to me, you must want something of the sort. What do you have an offer?" She scowls. Right now. Sorry guys, let me try to clear my throat. Drink some more coffee. Get the caffeine pumping. Alright, now, a little bit better. Right now, nothing. I've sold most of my stock, and then, well, let's make a deal. I know who, or at least what you are. I've had dealings with cast-offs before. I've got knowledge about your kind that might be useful to you, but it comes at a price. What's the price?
Remember that.
One of my wards has run off. She's taken a head wound, not my doing, and I've been watching after her. I don't know where she's gone, but I suspect she's headed to the cliff's edge. Plenty of other urchins clamoring about the place, and she'd find it easy to blend in. Sadly, my troop and I are detained here, so we can't go ourselves. She's a scrawny child name of Rin, head wound, but it's covered by dark curly hair. Has a little necklace around her throat, babbles about her gods. Go get her for me, and I'll tell you what you want to know. Okay. Sure, I'll do it if I have to. Don't take long. My time is valuable, cast off. There we go. Picked up another quest there. Let me look back at the map. Look at the journal. That's the main quest. Find a way to repair the residence chamber. Okay, duh. Search for Mrs. Slave Girl and search for the Sorrow's latest victim at the Dendro her chapel. So I gotta go to the underbelly for that. I gotta go to Cliff's Edge for that. Not sure. Let's go to the mutant. Sun is nourishing today, is it not? Well, okay, that's all he says. Let's go to Cliff's Edge and look for Rin.
All right.
Good thing about the load times, they do allow for nice sloughs of coffee. Alright. Takes a while to load. Just not getting used to that yet. I talked to him yet? Mother. What is this? This hatch appears to be the only visible means to enter the building. It's firmly sealed. Okay. Airships are known to be nearly uncrashable due to their leisurely cruising speeds and simplified controls. This crash must have taken a rather unique confluence of events to occur. And we know that our good buddy Eratus caused that crash. Let's talk to Mother Temmuz. This woman glares at the air above her head, her fingers fretting with a single bead in a long, peculiar chain of them. Her low, angry muttering resolves into words as you get closer. Foolish boy, shivering at the crossroads, mazed by your choices, go on and pick beauty, pick strength, pick pleasure, whatever that be. The particulars don't matter, boy. What matters is the choosing and that you do it. Okay. I'll be as crazy as she is. Just join in with her. Particulars matter quite a bit, I'd say. She blinks at the empty air and her hands steal to a metallic many-faceted bead near the end of a chain. Ah, you would, she says, sighing, and it's serving you just as well as him. Mother Temmuz knows you, lad. Born falling, you were born in flame, shreds of your smoldering call streaming through the air. When you struck ground, your bead first went cold, then hotter than a mother's hatred. She shakes her head and spits at her feet. Scarcely born you are, and learning quick, but you're still uncertain. All boys and girls are, until they make choices in dealing with the consequences. until they accept the cost of being adults. I don't understand. You make it sound like no choices can possibly be the right one. All choices sting, she says, flinging her dishwater gray palms in the air. And the sweetest ones often sting the most. She sighs. You're confused, but that'll change. You'll have your feet under you soon enough. Not all of my children are as lucky.
Making a note.
This one, she says, showing you the bead she was speaking to before you arrived, is carved in the shape of a malformed ring. It's carved in the shape of a malformed ring. Picchio wants to escape his past. He saved a handful of shins by honest means. That is to say, it's taken him a long time, and he's too busy pissing over the options to spend it. Her fingers fold over the bead. Push him into choosing a path, lad. Do that, and I'll return your call to you, improved through my art and stronger than when you lost it. That sounds promising. Where can I find him? Mother Timiz trails off, closing her hand around her beads, staring into space, in Cliff's Edge. Well, I'm heading that way anyway. How should I help Picchio? You haven't been listening, lad. Don't help him. Convince him to help himself. Mother Timiz shakes her head. Agonizing over a choice is foolishness. Every choice will bite you, lad. Living is building a collection of mistakes all your own. True. Wise words from a video game. I'll do what I can to help him. Farewell. This is Cliff's Edge. Thought it was. Zeb, Nim, Avena. Ooh, loot. I'll take some Shin. Free Shin.
All right.
Free Shin everywhere. Ooh, stitches. Partially hidden in the trash of the dump is a strange and frightened creature. It is covered in chitin like an insect, but its shell looks thin and soft, and its small and malformed claws seem half grown. It stares at you from its hiding place and chitters incomprehensibly. How'd you get here? It weaves its head and clicks its claws, then pauses as if waiting for a response. The odor of ozone and stale air surrounds you. Then when you make no reply in its language, it shakes its head vigorously and says nothing more. Can you tell me anything about this place? The smell of coal dust and rotting metal surrounds you, and it takes you a moment to realize that the stitches emitted the scent. What are you? The creature makes vague motions with its claws and emits a series of clicks and wet guttural noises. Oddly, you smell dust and lightning. Some of the sounds are reminiscent of a human with digestive trouble, but you're fairly certain it's some form of language. Where are you from? A series of gurgling sounds emerges from deep inside its belly, punctuated by a concussive grunt, followed by a scent of sparks struck from rocks and metal. It isn't clear whether the stitches understood you or not. Man. Alright. Leave the stitches alone. Now, I need to use some... Is it that? Where is it at? 3 points of intellect. That fills up 10. Where am I? There I am. Okay, now can I use that? Yep. Well, it's 60%. It's better than I had. Yes, succeeded. A murky memory comes to you, a small box resting between you and a patient stitches, your muscles jerking and twitching as the device translates your words and thoughts. Your muscles twitch in sympathy with these memories, and you realize that Stitch's tongue is a jumble of scent, movement, and sounds. With a memory, information pours into your mind as if a plug had been removed. The smell of granite fills your nose. As the vision fades, you realize the creature's language is yours. What are you doing in this garbage dump? Yellow shell grub steel. Leave here. It emits a fierce scent of rotten air and underwater floods. Not speak. Dangerous. Yellow shell grub steel. Leave here. What is the Stitches doing up here? It clicks and scents resolve themselves into words in your head. Tunnel live below, but bad claw not dig, not eat, no home. Stitch a family. And the scent it uses is one of desolation and abandonment, a great void within the earth. Send above ground to die. You're sent up here by the Stitch. Why? It holds up its malformed claws. Not good. It presses its shell, which bends like leather. Soft like grub. Not strong. Not dig. Not eat. No worth. Trash. Rubble. Not even nail. Tunnel. Stitch a dig for food. What do you eat? It makes a digging motion, dragging its claw against the ground. Then with his other, fans his stubby talons like someone miming a bright flash. Dig, make sparks. Eat sparks, not dig. Not make sparks, not eat. Hunger. If you can't make sparks to eat, why haven't you starved to death up here? It points down the alley. Baby brown grub feed. It shows you a heap of small electrical devices all drained of energy. Spark shells, spark tubes. It points to itself and smells of flint and steel. Eat. Its scent is gratitude. Okay. It's a baby brown grub. I'm guessing, yeah, okay. Zeb. A scrawny boy in rags reaches out to you as you pass. Sir, please, sir, I know you saw the Stitches hiding in the midden. Please don't tell anyone about him, sir. He's not doing anyone any harm.
Making a note.
Lord Vuntgen has been stirring up the neighbors, telling them to look for a rogue Stitches and promising them a reward if he's found. The boy gestures towards the west, where you can dimly hear a booming voice and the answering shouts of an angry crowd. They think the Stitches is dangerous, but he's not. You saw his hands. He can't dig like the others. It's not him that's bringing down the houses. What is the Stitches to you? We found him, sir, my sisters and I, and he was so pitiful, near to starving, near to dying. We've been feeding him old devices and power cells ever since, but we've got to get him out of here. The neighbors will find him soon, and that'll be the end of him. Do you have a plan to help him escape? No, sir. We can't just walk him down the street, or that fat little lord would see him, not to mention the neighbors, and they'd kill him for sure. You feed him power cells? Stitch eat electrical energy, and we can't find nearly enough. He's starving. Well, I don't really know how to help him. I won't tell anyone your secret's safe on me. That's all I can do. Thank you, sir. You're a lifesaver, sir. Now, if only we could get him to safety. Now, okay, now it gives me an option to help. Maybe I can find a way to get him out of here. Could you, sir? That would be wonderful. If you can find the other Stitches, maybe they'd help him escape. I heard that some of them are down in the underbelly, but I've never seen them myself. Cool. Tell him I'll try. Thank you, he smiles. I had a feeling I could trust you. Alright, good. Because I've already got quests in the underbelly too, so I'll be heading down there eventually anyway. Talker, intoxicated woman. I'm looking for Ren and another. It's Aiden Citabo. Let's see. Let me go ahead and pop another one of these just in case I run up on something. There we go.
Yes.
Interact with this. These three triangles float serenely above a scuffed stone basin. You can't help noticing that the citizens of Sagas are giving this monument a wide berth. The largest triangle shines brightly, radiating a soothing warmth. The middle, darker one hovers above it, turned slightly away from the first, with what strikes you as disdain. The third is small, dryly amused, and so deeply indigo as to be nearly black. It's removed from the first two triangles. How can a triangle be turned strikely in what strikes you as disdain, and the other one dryly amused? Anyway, you hesitate. You are sensing emotions from these objects, intent. Something is strange here. Let's look at it first. The stone is cracked in places, but far newer than the ancient shapes that float above. You suspect that the citizens of Sagas added the basin to make the triangles look less out of place. Go back up and see the large triangle shines brightly, radiating a soothing warmth. The middle, darker one hovers above it, turns slightly away from the first, what strikes you as distinct. The third is small, dryly amused, and so deeply indigo as to be nearly black. Touch the big one. You reach out and time slows. Your hand drifts past individual motes of light, dappled dust, moving into the warm glow of the large triangle. Calm warmth bleeds up your arm when you grasp the edge of the triangle. It's somehow rigid and flexible at the same time. You blink, swaying. In the half second before you open your eyes, you hear the thunderous crack of wood on wood and the rumble of distant voices. You snatch your hand from the triangle. Let's study the medium-sized one. Staring at this triangle is disorienting. The longer you stare at it, the more you feel a tight coiling sensation in your own head. Standing on your toes and stretching, you manage to brush the triangle's icy face with your finger. I didn't say touch it. I said we're examining it. The air thickens like a weight over you, and you struggle to keep your eyes open. Between the thumping of your heartbeat, you hear thousands of purposeful, rhythmic footsteps treading endless stairs toward the peak of a vast, echoing room. I guess whenever I examine the smallest one, I'll be compelled to touch it too. The tiny object spins slightly faster than the others. The more you stare at it, the more you sense a growing presence in the air, the icy regard of distant eyes. What's up, rock teacher? Thanks for coming by, sir. I know no Terraria today. We're playing some Torment. You blink and a strip of light unwinds ahead of you like a path through infinite murmuring dark. Behind you is an ever-shifting zoetrope of linked motionless yous. It is your past, you realize, every second of it, every choice pouring out of you and trailing away into the black. You open your eyes, you're back at the stone ring, still touching the triangle. All three of them are watching you. You blink again. The strip of light, the surrounding darkness, and in the alley between the slow pulsing of your heartbeat, you hear the murmurs of countless witnesses, the raised voices of your past and future companions, the heated condemnations of enemies you haven't met yet, and above it all, a trio of voices, one warm, one cold, and one dryly practical. They are speaking a verdict, but you can't hear them over the din. Let's listen to the judges. You bellow into the dark, clenching your fist, and the crowd instantly falls silent. So do the judges. In the echoing silence that follows, you realize that you are alone. You always were. You stride on. The path unravels before your every step. Your past unspools behind you. No, I didn't hear about the Perryville, Missouri tornado. I really don't keep up on the news, rock teacher. I've seen so much news growing up. Just in my household, it's like the news was always on. CNN or Weather Channel or something was always on. So, I mean, I hardly ever even keep up with the news. I'll use the my weather app on my phone to know if it's going to rain. That, you know, if it's what the weather's going to be like. But that's basically it. If it pops up sometimes in my Facebook feed, sometimes I'll see something about the news, but that's the only news I get. But I hate to hear about that. It killed one person and 10 people injured. Really hate to hear about that. So, stay on the path and see where it leads. You follow the road casually. You look to the right, and the path at your feet flickers, as if anticipating your new direction. Clearly, your choices define the road's course and not the other way around. You open your eyes. The 3 triangles hang in the air exactly as they did before, unmoving and silent. The vision is gone, and yet you can still feel the choices you've made curving away behind you like a string of jewels. You straighten, moving into the future, breath by breath. You suddenly notice a message carved into the stone ring beneath the triangles. Judge yourself. As you watch, it slowly fades away. Huh. That's neat. I don't know if I want to talk to old Aiden here. Loss of self. There's loot. I see loot. More Shin. There's Pikio. I know we got to talk to him for a quest. I don't see Ren anywhere though. Let me look at the larger view of the map. See, am I missing something? Oh, I can go in there. That's where she's probably at then. She's inside that construct. Can't get over there yet. Let's talk to Aiden here. I'm curious about him. Aiden Citabo. Citabo. The large muscled man is practicing some sort of martial art as you look on. He is wearing an old white rough woven coat with the sleeves torn off, and a red bandana is wrapped tightly around his head. He seems to be moving much faster than his size suggests is possible. He glides between stances as swiftly as water. His fists are blurring hammers striking at invisible enemies. His bare, calloused feet snap and slash at the air like knives. There we go. Ask him about Ren.
Remember that.
Yes, he says, bowing his head. I've seen her, crawling out of a fissure in one of the collapsed houses in this district. She is likely hiding, but I did not pry into her affairs. Okay. Where'd you learn to fight like that? By challenging the deadliest creatures and studying their killing blows, he says. I lack claws or teeth, but I do the best I can. You're very fast. Yes, Aiden says. The Drebel's gift. His hand slips around an invisible assailant's arm. He snaps it with a stab of his elbow and then crushes his enemy's throat and flips him over his shoulder to the ground. Jesantha Murray, he shouts, spinning over the invisible adversary's corpse to deliver a triangle of jabs to the chest of his next attacker. The entire set of moves took no longer than 4 seconds. He catches you staring and smiles. You must be wondering why I'm shouting. Sure, not really, but okay. I'm not surprised. I must look like a lunatic, he says before spearing his opponent's jugular with 3 fingers. Canted thrust. It helps me focus my breathing, my strength and will. It reminds me of how weak I once was and how strong I've become. Years ago, I was a starving beggar. I managed to steal a wedge of pie crust and was terrified that someone else would take it from me, so I hid inside that metal structure over there to enjoy my feast. Bite of the hidden queb, he says, clawing his enemy's eyes. The stale crust crumbled into pieces between my eager fingers, and something strange happened. They drifted toward the ground like the softest of snowflakes. I was able to pluck each one of them from the air before they fell. At first I was delighted, then I wept. How far had I fallen that clean food was a miracle? He sighs, then delivers 4 more blows to the air's belly. But the miracle never ended. The longer I lived in that shelter, the more I could slow the world by concentrating. I swore to never waste this gift. I would honor it by becoming stronger, faster. I would challenge the predators of the world and take their killing blows from them. I would never be prey again. Grush stomp. Ooh, do I dare? Do I dare? You're not the first to think so, he says casually, snapping an assailant's neck. I should warn you that all the others are dead. That's not a threat. I only fight to the death. He flings the invisible corpse aside. Before I accept your challenge, I'll need to see if you're good enough to face me. His fist lashes towards you. Drulus Kisk. Quick fingers. That's 60. At least give it one. I don't want to fail. Like to not fail. You bat his fist aside and aim yours at his nose. He lowers his head, dashing your knuckles off his forehead. I underestimated you, he says, an odd light in his eyes. That won't happen again. Tell me when you're ready for the next round. Do the next test. So am I, he says, nodding gravely. But prepare yourself. I will not hold back this time. Debiri's assault. He launches a two-handed blow at your face. Quick fingers. Oh, a little bit harder this time. I may have to exit out and then use something for speed. Success. You lunge into the attack, driving your arms up between his fists and pushing them apart. One hand whips around the back of his neck and pulls him into range of your forehead. Crack. He stumbles back, blinking, smiling. You're ready. Well, have I passed all your tests? You have, he says, but I will remind you one more time. This will be a fight to the death. He draws 1 foot back, settling his weight on it. His hands come up and draw apart, tightening into fist. Are you certain you want to do this? Maybe later. Good, he says, nodding. Think it over. I would have you commit to the fight with your whole heart. Okay, let me exit out and use something to give me speed. Let's use another one. Alright, it's got me full up on speed. Select skill. Thinking I might.
That's the stuff.
There we go. Now let's talk to him. Let's, he says. As I said, this will be a fight to the death. No surrender, no mercy. Mercy. He settles back into a half crouch, fists raised. Are you ready? Yes. Very well, the challenge has begun. He regards you with the serene eyes of a predator, chest rising and falling. A warm wind tumbles across the stones between you. He flows with it, spinning away from the ground. His foot slices towards you, your head in a blur. Time slows, as if the universe is holding its breath. Cockatoo kick. God, fist of the last cast off. Ooh, I can get up to 95, and I don't want to lose. Do not want to lose. I don't think. You lunge beneath his scything foot and slam your fist into his throat. He tumbles gracelessly to the ground, choking. Time resumes flowing through you, and you feel some of Aiden's inhuman speed melding with your own reflexes. Yes. Permanently gained 1 speed pool. Maximum speed pool is now 8. You have won, Aiden says, when he has regained some of his breath. Finish it. And rob this world of your talent? Never. I see, he says, lowering his head, troubled. Perhaps I should have shown my other opponents the same mercy. Instead, their talent is lost forever. He staggers back up to his feet and resumes training. I don't usually go in for mercy, but he does seem like the type who only tries to kill you once. It's Allegern. There it is. Are you going to be challenging everyone we meet to daring duels? Never mind, don't tell me. I want to be surprised. I do thank you for not robbing the world of his talent. This square is a better place for the sight of him, jumping about and flexing. It seemed like all of them kindly appreciated what I did there. The house reduced to rubble when part of the cliff face collapsed. There is evidence that squatters have slept here recently. A ragged blanket, rotted fruit peelings, and footprints in the dust itself. Something scratches deep within the rubble. It sounds like someone or something is in there. Hello? The rubble makes no response. Dig deeper into the rubble. You crawl partway inside, pushing aside boards and a thin slab of slate. A small girl gasps, throwing up a hand to block the sudden light. She's young, no more than 10 or 11 years old. She has made herself as small as possible to fit inside the tiny gap in the rubble. Her hair is dark and curly. She pulls herself deeper into the rubble, away from you. Come on out, I won't hurt you. She shakes her head vigorously, trying to shoo you away. You hear a voice behind you. I told you patience would pay off, lads. Oh, Lord. Some thugs stroll over. They all carry weapons at their sides, though they walk with the cocky assurance of those who don't expect to need them. I swear I checked this hovel, says one of them. She wasn't there. No one was. How did this draft find her so easily? He gestures dismissively in your direction. Don't fret it, Begga. The thug looks you up and down, then calls out in the direction of the rubble. Come on, little bird. Doesn't matter how good you are at hiding. You had to come out sometime. Ah, there's Ren. The girl huddles behind you, keeping you between her and the thugs. Even so, it's obvious she's not sure about you either.
Don't let them take me, please!
See, let's ask the men why were they looking for her. The little urchin ran away from her home. Her mother asked us to find her and bring her back safely. I know better than that, because the one I talked to was a slaver. You don't sound like concerned friends, more like thugs. Here, now, the man manages to look offended. We're like family to her. No, she grabs your wrist. They're bad men. They want to steal me. Kidnappers. Now that's just crude. The man crosses his arms. We're delivery men. That's all. The means and motivations of our employers ain't none of our business. He sighs, dropping his facade, but turns to you with a look that pleads for understanding. But, all right, yeah, there is a slaver who put up a fine bounty if we bring her back. It's all legal and none of your business. Best you stay out of it. He says the words kindly enough, but his colleagues' hands are on their weapons. You can't take me. Her grip on your wrist tightens. He found me. He has the discoverer's right. He raises an eyebrow, a bemused smirk playing on his face. Is that so? Well, Spider Jack, what do you say? Is she coming with us, or are we taking her from you? What do I want to do? She asked me to find the girl. He wipes his face with one hand. So it's a competition, is it? Well, that don't change anything. We gotta eat too. Can I use might to intimidate them? I can. Ooh, only 65%. Hey, it worked though. He narrows his eyes. Something in your demeanor sets him off. His eyes widen and he takes a step back. Fine, she ain't worth the trouble anyway. Cool.
Oh God, thank you! They were going to take me back to that woman. I've never met anyone so cruel. When she found me the first time she even... My apologies. I'm still out of sorts. You have my thanks and grace, sir.
For a moment, it looks like she might hug you, but at the last moment, she seems to think better of it and pulls up short, a half dozen steps away. She collects herself, standing straight with her shoulders back, then she nods, the gesture so polite it's almost formal.
My name is Rin. My home and hearth and bread are yours to use. Except I don't have any of those things.
She blushes then, looking around self-consciously. Why don't you come with us? She looks at each of your companions and turns. I think I would feel safer here. What's the little girl doing all alone here? The girl looks up at you, her forehead creasing a little in irritation. My name is Rin. But then she hesitates and looks down, blinking. She reaches into her pocket absent-mindedly. Did I forget to tell him that? She stands there motionless for a second, then stops and looks up at you again. No, I think I did. She looks up at you. I'm sorry, she says. My name is Rin. My food and fire are yours to use before you go. Without seeming to realize what she's doing, the girl brushes her hand through her hair, and you see the side of her head has been shaved. Large stitches run along her scalp, holding together an ugly cut longer than her hand. The wound is purple and angry looking, only just beginning to heal. It can't be more than a week old. Kevin Draco, how do I feel about it? Well, I really enjoy it thus far. The story is very in depth. Each character has their own personality. But if you don't like a lot of reading and you don't like in-depth story and you're more of a hack and slash, shoot 'em up type person, which I'm not. I'm more of an in-depth story. I'd rather have a really good story and a slightly flawed combat system than a really awesome combat system and no story to back it up. So I enjoy it, but it's kind of one of them games that you're either going to love it or hate it. And I've heard some reviewers saying that, well, definitely play it, but wait till it goes on sale. My thoughts on that is either you're going to love it or hate it either way. You can go ahead and get it at $50 and you're going to love it, or you're going to hate it. If you wait for it to go down to $20, you're still either going to love it or hate it. You're either going to wish you'd went ahead and gotten it whenever it was $50, so you could have spent all that time playing it, or you're going to wish you hadn't spent the $20 on it. So, I mean, that's my thoughts on it. So my thoughts is if you have an inkling that you might enjoy it, go ahead and buy it, because it's a small developer, small publisher. It's really going to help them guys out. And then something it's like, it's like the old Torment if you ever played it, but if you haven't, it's along the same lines as the old Baldur's Gate, except it's less combat driven than Baldur's Gate. And then if it's like the old Icewind Dale series, but Icewind Dale is more the opposite of this. It's along the same graphical design and everything, and the same take on the stats and all, but it's more of a dungeon crawl, where this is more of story driven. So, and it's this game is built with the Pillars of Eternity engine. So I haven't played Pillars of Eternity, but I'm guessing it's something like that also. But okay, let's see. What happened to your head? Her body grows tense for a moment, her eyes darting around as if deciding whether or not to run away. She glances at the rubble where she had hidden from the thugs. She relaxes, though her eyes are still wary. I was running away. There were some people, bad people. I ran away and got hurt. Okay, beat them. Enjoyed them. Thank you. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, if you played Baldur's Gate and you enjoyed the story part of it, then you'll enjoy this. Now, it is a little wonky with the combat, but other than other than that, it's really good. Is there anything I can do to help? She gestures at the rubble and gives a bitter laugh. Is there anything you could do here that wouldn't help? Right now, you could give me a half a broken bottle and it would double my available resources. Come with me. I'm going to take care of her. She blinks up at you and gives a huge grin. Really? Sure. Then she looks at your companions and seems to shrink away. No, I'm all right. I mean, thank you, but I'm all right. Why not? Your scar looks pretty bad. Are you okay? She makes a dismissive gesture toward her temple. It's fine. It looks a lot worse than it is, and a lot better than yours anyway. She smirks, touching the side of her head. The haircut is pretty awful though, isn't it? I don't think they really needed to shave quite this much, do you? If you don't want to talk about it, that's fine. I'm having some trouble with my memory too. I know what it's like. She looks up at you for a long moment and slowly lets her smile slip away. Without it, she seems even smaller. She nods gravely. At first, it was pretty bad. I couldn't stay awake or stand up. Even talking was hard, but it's a little better every day. It doesn't hurt so much anymore, but sometimes I still get dizzy when I move around too fast and I forget things. She smiles bravely and touches the side of her head again, pressing with her fingertips. But it's a little better every day, she says again, in exactly the same tone as before, as though she doesn't realize she already said it. It doesn't hurt so much anymore, but sometimes I still get dizzy when I move around too fast and I forget things. A long pause. She stares at you blankly for a moment, her mouth opens slightly. Suddenly her eyes lose their vacant look and a grin spreads across her face. I'm just kidding. I mean, I do sometimes forget things a little, but that was a joke, she says, then blushes a little and looks down sheepishly.
Updated my journal.
Well, what does my journal say now? Found her hiding in the ruins of a collapsed building in Cliff's Edge, but I still need to convince her to join my party so that I can bring her back to ToN. Can I probably have too many people in my party, is what the deal is. Oh. Okay, let's pick that up. Pick that up. Now, see if I can talk to Tiber and send him away.
Not that the little ingrate appreciated it.
Do you think you think he will make good on his threat? Should we be watching our backs? Looks a little bit like Diablo. Yeah. It's kind of along those lines too, except Diablo was just a hack and slash dungeon crawl. I wouldn't worry about it, he says, chuckling. Riss doesn't have as many friends as he thinks he does. I was practically the only one. Let me ask you something else. Certainly, I think it's best we part. Parting ways? Damn sorry to hear it. It's been a pleasure. If you have need of me again, I'll be at the Caravanserai looking for a way out of this vertical slum. Okay, so now maybe Ren will join my party. Maybe that was the way of the game saying, no, you got too many people. There, it's not safe. You should come with me. She looks at the tiny nook she was hiding in, then back at you. Where are you going? I don't know, but you'll be safer with me than you will here. Maybe. She wraps her arms around herself. But what about those thugs? What if somebody else comes after me or after you? I'm not a fighter. I can't help you. It's dangerous whether you stay here alone or come with me. At least with me, you can learn to take care of yourself. I guess so. She sets her jaw then and nods. All right, I'll do it.
Making a note.
Cool. I got Ren. She's got some 5 intelligence, 5 speed, and 1 might. So, lost child who shapes gods. God of hiding gains 30% on stealth tasks. Exploration skills. She's got healing, perception, quick fingers, running. Okay. She can't use melee weapons or ranged weapons or medium weapons or heavy weapons. But I can use her. I need to put my healing stuff on her then. My healing items. Her level healed when any healing ability or item is used. Inability confirms. Okay. So she's kind of her own class. She can't use any melee weapons. Can't use any weapons. But she's got some exploration skills though, so she can be used out of combat. I can still use her in combat, just her healing, I guess. Let's see, she's got cloak. She can use ciphers. She's got that. She got polished rock bonded item cannot be unequipped. Usable only by Ren. This is a rock with a hole in it, yet Ren talks to it frequently. I kind of like her already. No sense in putting any melee on her. Yeah. Finzen. He keeps saying, come here. Hey. Let's talk to him then. Everything about this slender young man says thug, from his scar-slashed eyebrows to the calloused hand hovering over his hip where a dagger would hang. But he doesn't have one. Instead, flour cakes his hands and a single apron string hangs from his pocket. He is apparently a baker. Stand still, you shine, he says, and peers over your shoulder. You follow his gaze to an armored soldier who is loitering in the public square. That levy's been following me for days. Can't even stop for a piss without shaking side to side. You sure he's following you? Put it like this, he says, licking his lips. I know when I'm being followed. I've seen him on my track from dawn to dark for 3 days. I ain't done anything wrong. And it's worse than that, he says, wringing his hands. That's my levy. What do you mean it's your levy? I'm a citizen, he says, as if this explains it. When it becomes clear it hasn't, he groans. Every levy is made from a citizen, he says. This one is made from me. Look, I can't explain why, but I know that one's mine. I feel it, right? And now it's coming for me. Look, he won't leave me alone, right? I gave a year of my life to make him, and I thought that was that. Now I catch him standing in the street outside the bakery, whispering to himself, playing with that carving of his. His teeth graze his lip as he leans closer. He even tried to talk to me. Levies ain't supposed to know who they came from, right? They ain't supposed to know who you are. He wavers, gathering his courage. Could you talk to him, find what he wants? All right, I'll talk to him. He nods again toward the armored man who's standing a distance away in the public square. He's the only levy in this district, so you can't miss him. Plus, he ain't smiling like all the others. And he's holding some charred wood thing in his hands.
Updated my journal.
You, need anything else? Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Let's find this levy. Tormented levy. Tormented levy. The face of this armored man is oddly generic, almost as if it was designed to be forgettable. His livery marks him as a soldier in the service of Sagas Cliffs, a levy. The word comes easily to your mind. He stares past you, turning a small charred object over and over in his hands, whispering to himself. His overlarge eyes are red, wet, and haunted. He appears to be looking for someone, and having spoken to Finzen, you can imagine who. The aura of shame around him is so powerful that you can practically taste it. Finzen sent me to find out why you're following him. Yes, he says, the despair melting away in that moment. He looks like a child with a child's desperate hope. He knows too, doesn't he? He sees what he did, what we did. Tears leak from his eyes, trailing down into his mouth as he continues. When the machine ripped the year from him to make me, I felt the choices unraveling before me. He hugs himself. I see them coming. None of it can be changed. What? This guy's talking out of his head. Tell him this for me. The Gillam Manor job did happen. A servant called him, called the levies. They chased him, and he set a fire. His eyes squeezed shut. The fire spread through the neighborhood. People were trapped. People screamed. His hand clenches over the charred toy bird in his palms with a soft crunch. Please tell him I'm with him in the dark, hiding from the mobs, sobbing. Tell him to give me a different year, a better one. What kind of... Oh, so they take a year of a person's memory as punishment or something, I guess, and make a levy out of it? What kind of year do you want from Finzen? A year without the blackened door, he says earnestly, without the hand tangled it in the grate, the weeping in the dark places. Silent tears stream down his face. He doesn't seem to be aware of them. Wails rising with the glowing ashes, my arms bound with ragged rope. Every time I'm there in those last minutes, I try to apologize, but my mouth, his fingertips brush at his lips. My mouth is full of dirt and blood. Hold on, let me speak to Finzen. Go back over here and talk to this guy. Did you find out anything? He asked, his eyes darting around you to check on the distant levy. I've spoken to the levy. He mentioned something about a Gillam Manor job. He what? Finzen says, going pale. Keep your voice down. You tell anyone else about this? No? Good. He lowers his voice. I have to be unspecific about this, understand? Before I became a citizen, I wasn't a nice person. I took things for money, and just a few weeks ago, certain people told me they wanted me to rob Gillam Manor. He grimaces, rubbing his neck. I was going to do it, but then I became a citizen, gave up a year of my life to create the levy, and that levy. Something changed, he says, frowning. All of a sudden, I couldn't get the dangers out of my head. How thick the levy patrols were, or how the captain herself was looking into one of my older adventures. He plays with apron strings hanging from his pocket, so I canceled the job and started working at my aunt's bakery. Never did the Gillam job, and that's the truth. The levy is seeing what would have... Kevin Draco, thanks for coming by, dude. Yeah, I should be on here for several more hours, so if you get time, drop back in. I'll be here. The levy is seeing what would have happened if you did the job. He wants another year from you.
My journal.
Oh, I get it, he says, rolling his eyes. It's a shakedown. Give me a year or I'll tell him what you did. Well, I ain't done anything. I never killed anyone, and I don't owe him nothing. I can't keep handing out years like they're free. Based on what he said, it sounds like becoming a citizen saved your life. And that was my decision, not his.
Making a note.
He groans. I'd go up to Government Square and tell the captain of levies what he's up to if I had any way of explaining it. Hey, your levy is following me around. I think it's because he's haunted by my criminal past. Let's try persuasion. Okay, base is 35 on him. See, she's already proven that she's useful. Well, I can only go up to 60 though. With me, I can go up to 75. I just have to use more intelligence. Don't want to fail it. Oh, for what? He says, exasperated. A couple of bad dreams. I didn't do anything. He subsides, crossing his arms as if he's cold. All right, what did he see in this other future? I get caught, chased around, maybe? You started a fire that killed a lot of people. How much is a lot? He says, rubbing his mouth with the back of his hand. He sees some of the truth in your eyes and sighs.
I'll remember that.
Fine, he snaps, fine, but I ain't running myself down searching for a way to give my life away. He rubs his eyes. The levy machine's at the Order of Truth. Go talk to the Scholarch since you're so hungry for this. Maybe they can bash something together that'll rip another year from me and give it to him. He grins, but his heart is definitely not in it. Good luck. Order of Truth. So that's another quest. Stacking up quests one after another. You told me I should bring her to Colmager and resolve the situation between them. Probably somewhere in Cliff's Edge. I need to go talk to Picchio while I'm still here. I know I saw him right there. The mutant boy gazes at the entrance to the Chirurgical parlor, flinching at each scratch of razor metal on metal from within. By your estimation, he is in his late teens, but is the size of a young malnourished child. His arms are little more than bone wrapped in red speckled skin, and a raw line zigzags down between his mismatched eyes and over his blade of a nose, as if pointing directly at his thin lips. He sees you looking, and bird-like muscles flex in his frail jaw. Get a good look, he says, lifting his chin, or maybe you want to call me some names. I hear eggshell a lot, or maybe lightning bolt. I get that one from time to time. He crosses his bony arms and glares at you. Don't let me stop you. Call me some names. Laugh. Do it now, because in another few minutes, I'll be the one laughing. I'm not laughing, and I'm sorry if I offended you. I don't want your apologies. He sighs. You didn't offend me, believe me. I'm used to this by now. I'm not going to be the butt of everyone's jokes anymore, he says. Electricity sizzles within the nearby parlor. This time he does not flinch away. Lightning flickers trapped in his determined eyes. I have some money, all right? I'm going to use it to change myself, change everything I can. He trails off, studying you in turn. His eyes widen and he glances quickly away, studying the nearby parlor instead. See. Mother Tennis sent me. I want to help. Oh, he says, blushing. She knows. Of course she knows. And that means you know too. He chews his lip. Fine. I'm scared, all right? I've had this ugly face, this body my entire life. I've saved up to change myself, my future. Maybe I can become strong enough to deal with the people who hurt me. Or maybe I can fix my face. It can do that. But then I'll still be small. Despite the anger in his voice, tears are shining at the corners of his eyes. I can only use the machines in the parlor once, understand? It's too expensive. I spent years saving up all this money, and it's not enough to fix me. He opens his pouch to display a moderately impressive collection of coins. What do I want to? How do I want to handle this? Use the parlor to change your appearance. It's important to feel good about how you look. Use the parlor to become strong and no one will ever bully you again. I can think of better uses for your money besides changing your appearance. Huh. Basically, I got 3 choices here. I can tell him to be vain. I can tell him to be physically strong. I can tell him... I'm going to go with that. He says, blinking rapidly. His thrusts out a belligerent lip. Like what? Uh, education, yeah, sure. See, she gets me 60, 75. Better just use mine up. It looks like get the better outcome. I know what you're saying, Pico says, but I worked hard to save up for my shins. Why should I give them to the Order of Truth? It's like this, Allegern says, hunkering beside the boy. They're a pack of damn fools, but some of them have a spark of sense in their heads. Besides, you pay for the Order's resources, not the company. He nods in your direction. He and I don't always agree, but he's not wrong here, and education's your best bet for a better future. I understand, Pico says, casting one last longing look at the parlor. I guess that's why I was hesitating. I didn't want to spend all that money to temporarily fix half my problem. He gives both of you a tentative smile. I'll talk to the Order. Thank you. Awesome. So did that fix what was wrong? Wayward son, Mother Tempest will want to hear what I advise Pico to do. Oh, yeah, she,
Let's go.
what in the world's that, Paul? This fallen pile of wood and stone marks the place where a house once stood. Okay. Let's go find Mother Temmez. Back to Mother Temmez and talk to her. Sagas townsperson? Okay, just kind of standing there. If anything, her angry muttering has intensified. She drags the chain of beads between her knuckles, staring into space. What now, my lad? She says. I need to talk to you about Pico. Aye, what of him? I've solved his problem. Have you? Mother Tim's eyes unfocused and her fingers trace the borders of the hollow bead. Mayhap you did, she says at last, and education will last him a lifetime, or until his mind fails him, as it does some. She shakes her head. I know you did what you thought was right, but I wonder if the lad will use what he learns to overthink his problems from higher up. She roots about in a saddlebag hanging at her hip. True, that can tend to happen. Take the call, lad. You earned it. All right. Off with you. You've done enough here. What is that? It's an offhand artifact. Call shield, plus 15% evasion, plus 2 might pool. Only usable by the last cast off. Man, that's nice. That is super nice. Definitely be using that. What? Offhand artifact. And why can't I use... Okay. I had to equip that first and then that. Okay. Gotcha. Gotcha. Alright. Cool. Now I've got a shield. Alright, where do I want to head to next? Do I want to take Ren back? Go to the Order of Truth. Okay, that's both in the underbelly. Go take Ren back and figure that out, I guess. I need to find somewhere to sleep. So I can get all my points back. That's what I need to do. Nice long load time. Seems a little long to me at least. Alright, I need to find somewhere to sleep. I know Otero said something about a place to sleep. Let's see. Rin, the boy shouts, throwing out his arms as if to hug her. You're safe. She steps back, looking him up and down. Hello, rude boy. We met outside of town, Rin tells you. Mouth tight. We started arguing. He helped me, but then he left. She glares at him. She glares at him like she's trying to knock him over. Okay, that's a typo. Right, before that, woman stole me. His eyes widen. Slavers? Tell me they didn't. They did. I told you what would happen if you brought them to me, didn't I? But I didn't bring them. I told you I wouldn't do that. I was mad, but he glares at her. I wouldn't. I didn't. I think he's telling the truth, Ren. He doesn't seem the type to sell you out a friend. Well, she eyes him distrustfully. I still don't know if I can trust him. He's a very rude boy. He stares at her, chewing his lip, clearly trying to work up the courage to talk to her, to convince her of something. Finally, with a wry twist of his mouth, he turns back to you. Look, he says, running a hand over his stubbled scalp. You hide it well, but I can tell you're new here. I ain't trying to offend you, but I don't like leaving folk new to Sagas on their own. If you have questions about the city, or Circus Minor in particular, I'll answer them free of charge. Of course, it looks like you already have a guide, he says straight-faced to Alagern, although you might be better listening to someone with taste, or someone else who doesn't think living in the underbelly is a good idea. A little extra advice never hurt anyone, Alagern says placidly, and not everyone likes sleeping under the stars. Or fresh air, the boy replies, grinning, or self-respect. Alagern rolls his eyes but subsides, smiling. Anyway, Otero says, what do you want to know? I want to know where I can sleep. Can you remind me where I can sleep in Sagas Cliffs? The cult of the changing god in Circus Minor, he says, taking his fingertips, or Tranquility's rest in Caravanserai. Tell me about the city. What do you want to know? He says, I spend most of my time in Circus Minor, but there's other districts too. Government Square, Cliff's Edge, the Underbelly, and Caravanserai. He scratches his chin. But also the Reef of Fallen Worlds, but you've already been down there. I want to know about Caravanserai. That's the port of Sagas, he says. Any ship that can fly lands there, makes their trades, and takes off for foreign lands. He turns a scornful eye towards the distant flags on a high crag. Plenty to see right here in Sagas. Don't know why people insist on leaving. So I need to make it to another district. I thought this was this, but this is Circus Minor. I want to make it to Caravanserai. And I don't think this over here is maybe to the Underbelly. Embedded in the cliff wall is a massive structure that clearly predates the buildings. Okay. Let's go through the, maybe I have to go through the government district. Pretty sure this up here is the government district. Maybe I have to go through it to get to where I need to go. Trying to find a place to sleep. More coffee. Coffee time's load screen time. That would be a drinking game. At every load screen, you have to take a shot. That'd be a slow build, but eventually you'd be wasted. Alright, sorry guys, had to take a moment. Pretty sure this is the government district. So let me look around. That's down to the underbelly. Maybe this is the caravan. Yeah, this is different. I don't think I've ever been here before. Come on. Another load screen. More coffee. Silver Orphan. Let's see. Walk around, see what all's around here first before we start talking to folks. Sailor. There's where Javier ended up. Okay, yeah. Yeah, he said he's going to be a caravanserai. Sleep location, that's what I'm wanting. Right there on the map the whole time. Yeah, that's what I'm wanting right there. I can go upstairs, there we go. A woman as tall and graceful as a willow steps forward to greet you. She bows, then looks down at you with warm, gold-flecked eyes. Welcome, she says, to Tranquility's Rest. I'm the proprietress, Tranquility. Are you looking for a place to take your ease? As she speaks, a sense of delicious calm comes over you, and you find yourself wanting to agree with her. There is nothing you'd like better right now than the peace and solitude of a quiet room. I'd like a place to sleep. 20 shins per person. And it's like, that's 80, yeah, it's 80 shins. Oh my God. Never mind. I'm gonna go see if I can do the, anyway, unlock the other way to, the other place to sleep. I gotta back off on the coffee. If I drink a big swallow of coffee every time I go to the load screen, I'll be having to get up and go to the bathroom every 10 minutes. I need to go back to Circus Minor. Right through here.
Yes.
Someone tells you to take care of unfinished business before leaving the location. Take heed. Usually you won't get a chance to return later. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, before I take Ren back, I want to go ahead and sleep and get all my stuff back. Get all my pools refilled. My stat pools. Come on. Wow. Look, it's one of the Death Cheater's vessels. Ah, can it be? What fortune, what joy. Casmine will want to see you, vessel, and Mimion too. I just want to sleep, guys. If there's a way I can go ahead and sleep before I go to all this trouble, that would be awesome. As you approach the duo, you see that they are arguing, heatedly but quietly. The petite woman turns towards you. Her hair is unusual, a light, almost yellow color, and her bright eyes dominate her pretty face. Excuse me, sir, my friend and I were having a discussion, and her eyes fall upon your tattoo, and her breath catches audibly in her throat. Her partner is an unnaturally tall man, gaunt and sour-faced, his voice sonorous, with fingers that twitch and weave through strange contortions. Occasional light sparks in the air as he does. He turns to you and opens his mouth to speak, registers your tattoo, and closes it again. His throat bobs for a moment, then he says, "It is an honor." He nods his head to the two of them. I've brought someone. Oh, that's Allegern. Okay, he nods his head to the two of them. I've brought someone you should meet. He turns to you. These are Casmine and Mimion. They're the leaders of the local branch of your church. You have our thanks for the introduction, Allegern, our deepest thanks. He eyes the Aeon priest for a moment as if about to say more, but thinks better of it. He collects himself. If I might impose on your time for a moment, will you tell me about your tattoo? How did you shape it? Do you know why it differs from the others? What do you mean, shape it? Don't tattoos stay the same? Not yours, revered one. Her voice is the barest whisper as she curtsies. You are a cast-off of the changing god, light of brilliance. His touch is on your head. The tattoo marks you as his child. She gazes at you enrapt. You are not alone. Other cast-offs live, and we treasure each of you. You are welcome here, revered one. We stand ready to serve as we can. Have you any questions for us? Do you know anything about a device called a resonance chamber? Rumor and conjecture, nothing more. Idle speculation from those who wish to pretend to knowledge of your sire's motivations passed along as fact. He leans out to touch you. Have you seen it? Do you know where it is? What it does? I don't know anything about the resonance chamber, but I was told you might. He smiles slightly and spreads his hands in apology. Not as much as I would like, but we have ways to find answers. His eyes trawl your face, and it seems as if he is on the verge of understanding something. It is said by those loyal to your sire that the chamber is the solution to the sorrow, the creature that hunts you all. We don't know how, though. She bows her head slightly. We take this as an article of faith. The resonance chamber will save you. He looks sharply at you now, all distraction gone. I do not recognize you, he says. You do not match any descriptions we have recorded. She snaps her fingers as if she is finally figuring out a mystery. Wait, let me remember your face. She studies you carefully. Oh my, you're new. Are you the changing god? Can it be? She reaches out to touch your sleeve and pulls her hand back quickly. Let's tell these nuts that I'm the changing god. And misfortune follows in his wake as surely as the river finds the sea. His mouth is twisted in something that looks as if it's trying to be a smile. Mimion's deep-set eyes pierce Alagern as he snaps. Would you have us profane everything you hold dear? Shall I defecate on the pain you carry, Alagern? I know you, and I can speak words that will harm you, but out of respect, not necessarily for you, but for civility and reason, I do not. Accord us the same courtesy. He looks as if he's swallowing gravel, but he manages to force out the words. My apologies, Mimion. He gives a short, curt nod, and then he studies you carefully. Tell me truly, please, do not deceive us, for we will know. Are you the changing god himself, incarnate here before us? Yeah, sure. His mouth turns up in a hard, triumphant smile before he regains control of his face. He says nothing. Okay. That's cool. You're not a cast-off, not one of his children, she breathes. I knew it. Her hungry eyes are adoring. She hardly seems to blink. Cass, I would welcome the opportunity to question our inspiration directly, but kindly remember that we have been deceived before. He turns to address you. If you truly are he, perhaps you can settle this question for us. He gestures toward the clock behind him. Dark figures circumambulate these clock faces. I theorize that your creation of the time shields that protected this city established a connection with your future selves, or perhaps your wisdom brought them here. Whatever the truth, we believe those figures may be cast-offs or ghosts of cast-offs, perhaps, the living shells of the bodies you have worn previously. His fingers shrug eloquently for him. But the clock is unmoored in time, you see. We do not have a knowledge sufficient to investigate, but you might. You created the clock. If you are who you claim, you should be able to align it with the present time and uncover who these figures are. Gotta prove myself. We have tried ourselves. I have appealed to the order of truth. I have spoken with eminent seekers of knowledge. We have sent for wisdom from as far as the steadfast, a great achievement, you must agree. None have given us an answer. Perhaps, dismay dances across his fingers, perhaps memory of your creation will come to you. His hungry-eyed compatriot steps in. Perhaps you can find an answer where the others have failed. She turns away. You will have our boundless gratitude, revered one. You had questions about the resonance chamber, you said. We can help you. But first you must investigate the clock and the figures inside it, or else, she trails off, or else we must turn from your words. Let's do this.
All right.
The structure is embedded in the ground. It was clearly not made by the same people who built Circus Minor. It looks as though the device extends deeper into the ground below the road. Weathered roads are spread across the device surface. Okay, well, I guess I gotta go up here to the clock first.
Ready.
This complex machine towers over you. Its purpose is unclear, but the three circular faces set into the ground remind you of clocks. Something is wrong with the machine. However, it's partially transparent, shimmering in the air when you look directly at it. The clock faces seem to show several different times at once. Humanoid silhouettes ripple beneath the central clock face. One places his hand against the face as though it were a glass wall. They seem to be watching you. Examine the machine. The towering mechanism wavers in the air, similar to Calistage. It appears to be in several states at once, though all of the machine states are in the exact same location. You can't hear it either. You can't touch it either. Your hand passes right through the structure. As you pull your hand away, a memory strikes you as powerfully as if someone took a club to your chest. You are working at the clock. It is no longer transparent but perfectly solid. There is a noise behind you, so they've come, the three traitors. They think to surprise you, but through the powers of the clock, you have foreseen this moment. There is the faintest sound of metal sliding against leather. You slap a hand on the central clock face, activating the clock's arcane powers. You're not sure what it will do to them, but it's better than what they'll do to you. There's a flash. Arcs of energy stretch out from the clock over your shoulders to your would-be attackers. You don't see what happens to them, but they quickly disappear along with their screams. As the last shreds of the memory fades, a swirl of energy passes through your body. Cold barbs prick every muscle. Suddenly, tidal forces arc from the clock to three ancient devices in the cultist encampment. The clock recognized something inside you, or maybe vice versa. Either way, you have inadvertently activated the nearby devices. There we go. Now,
I'm going.
as you approach this device, Circus Minor changes around you. People are dressed differently and speak differently. Whole new structures appear, including an enormous building rising from the edge of the square. You look down at the device. A series of images flit across its surface. They don't appear related to the changes around you. You see faces of other people and places, all of them familiar. More close to the changes around you. Circus Minor looks almost completely different. All the people are dressed strangely, and though they speak the truth, they use many terms and phrases that you don't understand. The square has changed as well. All of the tents are gone. The buildings are more colorful and less weathered. One building in particular rises from the edge of the square, a tower of purple rock, some 50 stories high. A mural is painted on the side, though you can't see the details from here. Examine the image on the surface of the device. As soon as you focus on them, you feel a warmth on your head where your tattoo is. The images respond to your thoughts, slowing and changing at your whim. It's something about your body that allows you to do this, which perhaps means that only you can even see the images. You immediately recognize the pictures as pieces of memory, specifically the three memories you saw back in the fathoms of your mind. Look at the memory in the Lush Valley. Somehow you know the memory is from a long time ago, centuries ago probably. A man and a woman, both with tattoos like your own, are surveying a lush, secluded valley for some purpose you cannot recall. As you review the memory, you get a strange feeling in your mind that you can only describe as a query. The device wants something from you. Suddenly you remember the memories in the device are possibilities, but you can lock one of the memories here, so it is the only one that displays, but you don't remember what purpose that served though. Look at the memories of Underwater City. The memory is recent. Two men, both with tattoos like your own, are in Underwater City searching for something. The denizens of the city chase them from their quarry and ultimately surround and capture them. Look at the memory of the city under siege. Somehow you know this memory is ancient. It might have occurred 1,000 years ago. A man and a young girl race through the streets of Sagas Cliffs. All around them, the city is attacked by terrible people, the Tabat. You recall, the man takes them to an ancient machine somewhere in the city, then he and the girl disappear. I don't think it's ancient. I think it's just old. The changes, I think it's, you've got to lock in the time with the changes that it's showing around you. The image of the man and the woman in the valley are now the only images that play across the surface of this device. They survey the valley in an endless loop. Leave the device alone. Now,
Yes.
gotta mess with the middle one. A strange feeling comes over you as you approach this device, as if someone were sneaking up on you in the corner of your eye. When you look around, there's no one there. It feels like something is different though, but you can't put your finger on what. A series of images flit across the surface of the device itself. They don't appear related to the changes around you. You see faces of other people and places, all of them familiar. Let's look at the changes around us. The changes are difficult to notice at first, but after a moment you figure it out. Circus Minor is the same, but the crowd is different. Most of the people in the stalls and buildings are not the same as those you've seen around the square. Those few you do recognize are younger by several years. So this is pretty recent. So recent memory. Lock the recent memory. Images of the two men in the underwater CD are now the only images that play on the surface of this device. They search for something, are chased, and then are captured over and over again in an endless loop. As soon as the image is locked in place, a ribbon of energy stretches in the air, connecting the control device to the clock. Leave the device.
All right.
Alright, now one more device. As you approach this device, Circus Minor is thrown into chaos. Buildings are on fire, people are screaming and running for their lives, while armored soldiers hunt them. None of them seem to pay any attention to you, though. It's some kind of vision, not reality. You glance down at the device. A series of images flit across its surface. They don't appear related to the changes around you. You see faces of other people and places, all of them familiar. So, yep, besieged city. The images of the man and the girl are the only ones that play across the surface of this device. They run past the enemy soldiers and then disappear at the machine in an endless.
I'm ready to learn something new.
Cool. As soon as you lock this third image, a final surge of energy arcs through the air from the device to the clock itself. The clock shines for a moment, then becomes solid, fixed into a single state. At the same time, the device in front of you goes dark. The images disappear, as does the strange view of the city past. Oh.
I'll remember that.
Killed it. You fixed the clock. I knew you could do it. I knew it. She shoots a triumphant smile at Mimion. You must tell us what you saw. Who were those figures? Were they cast-offs? What did they say? Were you able to retrieve them? He smiles, though reservation still dances in his eyes. Hush, Cass. Our inspiration had a question for us once the task we set for him was complete. He frowns. Unfortunately, your task is not entirely complete. We told you our price. That decision stands. Oh. I gotta go back up here and see who those people are. The machine is solid now. Each of the three clock faces shows a single time, though none of them point at any time measurement that you understand. You lean closer to the central clock face. Three shadowy figures still lurk within, their features almost discernible now. Suddenly the figures surge out of the clock towards you. Intense pressure strikes your head like a steel spike. Everything goes black. What? Okay. All right, now. I need to talk to. I guess these are the three guys and the girls, guys, whatever they are, that were in the clock. Three figures before you are disoriented. They don't even seem to notice you at first. All three of them have a tattoo like yours, cast-offs. What befell us? The woman is dressed in powerful-looking armor. Her face bears several scars, yet her eyes have the innocence of a child. Did he do something? Are we still in the clock? I do not believe so. The second figure is tall, dressed all in black. Its height is exaggerated further by a violet fish-like crest on the top of its head. Its large yellow eyes are squinted, scanning all around. There was a man outside the clock, but it wasn't. It was him, the third figure points at you. He is small, wiry, and tense, as though he expects danger. He carries a shield on his back. He's a cast-off, he says, looking at your tattoo. Can't say I recognize him, though. What happened just now? We were ingested into your head. I saw it. How is that possible? He eyes you suspiciously. Who are you? a cast-off like you am the latest one. The latest, she raises one eyebrow significantly higher than the other. That's not possible. We faced the changing god mere days ago, and you are not the body he wore. I think we might have been trapped in that clock for centuries, Kamos. Something about it messed with our perception. The Varjellan looks up at the ceiling, or where the ceiling would be if there was one. Time is an illusion. How long is the wrong question. It turns its enormous, bulbous eyes to you. What is this place? Where are we? Somewhere in my mind, I think. The Varjellan shuts its eyes, 6 nostrils open wide as it inhales deeply. Yes, perhaps you are right. Our consciousnesses were ripped from our bodies when the changing god activated his clock. Then, when you appeared, it happened again. Our minds ripped from their chronal prison. It looks to its friends. I cannot be certain, but I believe this is part of some vast mental construct. He turns to you. Your mental construct. His eyes become nearly as large as the Varjellan's. What? You mean we just went from one prison to another? He grips you by the shoulders. You did this. If this is your mind, then let us out. I don't see any way out. Varjellan stretches its neck, putting its face within a handspan of yours. It seems to be examining you. Then it says, your mind. Only you have the power to change. What he's trying to say is that this place was created for your body, or perhaps by your body. Our sire placed within each of us unique gifts and abilities. For example, I have never heard tell of another cast-off who could trap consciousnesses the way that you have. She gives you a warm smile. He would not have created this place for you without also giving you a means by which to move through it. Think what other gifts did our Creator bestow upon you. I chose an aspect of myself when I was born deep in the heart of this labyrinth. Is that it? Davidiku shakes his head. I can see what you speak of, it says, and you get a momentary impression that its eyes can see through you. This aspect describes you, just as I am Varjellan. Vilon is observant. Kamos is foolish. I object to that characterization. He gives a kind chuckle. He's not wrong, and you know it. At her wounded look, he raises his hands placatingly. It's the truth. Anyway, you've gotten us out of twice as much trouble as you get us into. The Varjellan speaks to you. These aspects are descriptors of who we are, but they are not us. That you choose your aspect says quite a lot, but I do not believe that is enough to set us free. See. I built a path of deep fathom in my mind by recovering the memories I'd lost. Perhaps, if there were any memories here to recover, he curls his lip and looks around. Maybe I just don't know what memories look like, but I don't see anything. It will seem we are in agreement, Vilon. You look around. Looking around, I don't see nothing. I don't see nothing. The three of them mutter to each other, looking around the strange place as they try to find another way out. Well met, brother. Have you discovered anything new about our predicament? Why can't you get us out of here? Weren't you listening? We were trapped in that clock for centuries. I'm looking for a way out, believe me. But if Davidiku says it's your mind, then it's your show. So long as we live, there is hope. One of us will find a way. I'm a jack of all trades. So am I, kid. And yet we're both still stuck in here. You see, that's just the type of thing that you do. It was a path you chose, not something our sire gave you, nor a means of freedom. I don't think I have the ability you're talking about. You must. She looks at her compatriots and back to you. We each have our gifts, given to us by our sire for a specific purpose. His purpose, of course, but a purpose nonetheless. She presses a hand to her chest. They say, for example, that foolish though I may be, I have nigh magical gifts of speech. That is not something I chose, nor learned, but it is who he made me to be. He rubs his hand along the edge of his shield. I am a master of defensive arts. Our sire learned them when he was in my body. Probably built my body to excel at it. I wouldn't call it a gift, but it's me. Yeah. I am one with the shadows. I live in them. I breathe them. This is not some esoteric I discovered, but a unique ability our sire chose for me while he was in my body. She gives you a kind smile. The gift is in you. Perhaps you have just forgotten. Our sire wouldn't have made this place for you without granting you the power to get out. Focus. Find the answer inside yourself. Shut your eyes. Search your memories for this ability they speak of. You rifle through your memories, past everything you actually remember to those memories you didn't create yourself. There must be a key or a door, anything that would help you escape this fathom of your mind. Just as you're about to give up, you find something, a cluster of sparks, nascent abilities deep within the core of your being. You sense the abilities to speak eloquently, to use a shield with master skill, to lurk among the shadows as though they were home. None of these seem particularly suited to creating a path out of this place, but as you sift through them, you know that you are trapped here, not because it is some puzzle your sire left for you to solve, but because you are not yet whole. This is another part, the last part of deciding who you are. In completing yourself, you will be able to open a path back to the calm of your mind. Okay, max effort +1 on persuasion, deception, and intimidation. Gives me nocturnal, +5% on quick finger task, +5% on deception, +5% on deception and perception. Surprise attack, if this character is hidden or targeting an enemy that is blinded, gain 10% on attacks and +3% damage. In master defense, counterattack ends turn immediately whenever attack misses you, make a basic attack against that enemy if in range. There is no limit to the number of attacks that can be made this way each turn. So it's like Overwatch in XCOM. Yeah, it's like the Overwatch ability in XCOM. Shieldmaster gain +10% evasion as long as you have an item equipped in the offhand slot. That's neat. But I don't even think I've been in combat yet. Other than like during the tutorial. So +1 max effort on persuasion, deception, and intimidation skills would be interesting. I'm gonna pick that. Brandishes a silver tongue. That's it, you did it. Does this mean we can go back to the real world? I don't think so, villain. But it does mean we are free, finally. He turns to you. Thank you, friend. Go, we will follow. Okay. Let's go for it. That is one of those sorrow things, I think. Just not me. Into the thing. Into the orb. Sphere, whatever it is. Dome. Alright, come on. Alright, here we are. There's that Spectre dude. I saw what happened. Are you alright? That thing almost killed you. Where did that fragment come from? It was a piece that the sorrow released into your mind earlier. Watch your step. There are probably more of them about. His voice is somber. The sorrow must be gathering its strength, taking spaces in your mind to keep you from reaching your full potential. I don't know why it doesn't just destroy you. Maybe the fragments aren't strong enough yet. It's alright though, we have more important things to do, right? Like get that chamber fixed. Excuse me. How did activating the clock in the real world open that other fathom? Who knows? It probably triggered something in your mind, made a bridge you didn't have before. Maybe you did have the bridge once, but you lost it. I'm out of here. Oh, this is like where we first came through in the beginning.
Fine.
So let's get out of here. Let's skedaddle. Oh yeah, I gotta level up. Or tier up, or whatever they call it in this game. I'm gonna call it level up. Come on. There we go. Left stick. Then Y. Select one of the following options to spend your experience points. You can select each option once per tier. So I can use all 4 of these eventually. Increase stat pools. I get 2. Put both of them into intellect.
Did I learn that? Or remember it?
Who knows? Alright, so now talk to these guys. Ah, you returned to us, and you have completed your task. What did you see inside the clock? Tell us. She is nearly breathless with excitement. Like Camos, Davidicu, and Fulone. Disappointment creases her face. I know these names. They're not new to us. They were favored servants of your creator, cast-offs who served him well indeed. Davidicu brought the order of truth to Sega's cliffs, but they betrayed their holy trust and disappeared. He sighs. Nevertheless, we will honor our arrangement. You sought answers about who might repair the resonance chamber. I wish I could tell you that. I truly do. We know that you built it with the aid of one of your vessels, but we don't know his or her name. Perhaps one of your children might know where to find him or her. I know of only one of the cast-offs still in the city, the albino assassin, Matkina. They call her the White Death. She wore a camouflaging cloak and brought destruction in her wake. The last I heard of her, she was in the underbelly. He restrains a shudder. Seek her, but be wary. Oh wow, oh, I get to advance again already. So let's advance that one. Let's do ability or skill. You can choose between either improving or picking a new skill or improving one of your abilities. You can do this once per tier. I don't know which is which though. See what are skills. This is all my skills. See, cipher use, or machinery, persuasion, and then abilities. That's it. Select an ability to train up once per level. I guess I'll use this. I've been doing a lot with speech. Let's see, Amnesius, I like it. Concentration, that sounds interesting. Deception, I like it. Go up in persuasion. I'm gonna take persuasion.
I've learned something new.
Got my silver tongue, got persuasion up. Should be good to go. Now, Allegern's ready to level up too. He's got 2 more he can... Oh, he's only got 2. Okay, gotcha. Increased edge, improved skill. He is a nano. So, can I increase edge? Do improve skill. Let's see, what can we get? Do lower natural.
Feel stronger
Seems
now. Good call.
like the right thing to pick. Cool. Now, can I sleep? He bows low. Your Holiness, what can your humble servants provide, or have you come to enlighten me and teach me wisdom? Her hands clutch and tumble at each other, and she practically gasps her words at you. We are here to serve you, Lord. Do you have any supplies to share? It is our great honor to provide our wares to you, Holy One, but we are a small group and are not wealthy. We exist on small donations, curios, and the occasional great gift from one of your children, such as a weapon from the Chalcedon. As much as we would love to gift these to you, we simply cannot afford to do so. However, because it is you, we will not ask for much in return. What have we got here? +1 training level and deception skill. +2 damage on esoteric attacks. But it gives me -3 resistance. A lot cheaper to come here for my stuff though. That gives me might. Okay, I'm out of the other stuff. Intellect and speed. I need to buy a few of these. Really thinking about sell. Well, I don't know. Maybe. I'm afraid to sell it. Afraid I might need it. No? That's the way it usually works. Okay, so I need. Yeah, let's do 2 of those. And 2 of those. That should be good enough for right now. Okay, let's talk again and sleep. With us, her breath catches in her throat. Of course, Holy One, you may stay for us as long as you like. Free! I thought it would cost me, but it's free. Heck yeah. Can't get better. You can't get cheaper than free. That's as cheap as you can get. Alright, now let me look at my quest. Oh, okay. Yeah, I was going to go and bring Ren back. Whoa. She grabs your wrist and stops walking. She's trembling, staring at tall Magur standing atop the platform.
Don't take me up there. Don't make me go back to her.
She looks at you, her eyes wide and pleading. What did she do to you? She's what's the word? She steals people. Her tone is low and she keeps herself partially hidden behind you. It's clear she doesn't want to attract attention. She found me, said I was her property. Those thugs who were looking for me, she sent them. But I won't go back. I'm never going back. She meets your gaze. You won't let her have me, right? Don't worry, I'll figure out some way to solve this amicably. Alright, she seems cautious but trusting. I have invested all this into my deception and speech skills and stuff like that. And be a silver-tongued person to not be amicable about things. But, okay, before I go off into that, I'm going to take just a few minutes and use the lavatory and freshen up my coffee real quick, guys. But you guys can talk amongst yourselves and chat. Please do. Let's try to build a community around the game, not just a bunch of lurkers. But anyway, I'll be back just shortly. Until then, you guys just entertain yourselves real quick, and I'll be right back.
I'd take a nap if that wasn't even more boring.
Stray, she knows the way. here, the more I miss my village.
Alright guys, we are back, and thank you all for being so patient, so very patient. Appreciate it so very much. You just have no idea. I really need to freshen up my coffee. It was getting quite cold. So now we're bringing Ren back to ToN Major, or however you pronounce it, and we're going to settle this. One way or the other, we are settling this. Ah, there's my little lost bird. Glad you found her. Now just send her on over here and we'll count this job done. I don't want to go, she whispers. We need to talk about this, ToN. No, we don't. Just give me the girl. And she puts her hand to her face. Fine, fine. I didn't want to tell you this, but damn it, she grits her teeth. Here's my dirty secret, and if you tell anyone, I'll burn your flesh and scatter your bones. I'm a cast-off like you. You want to know why I want the girl? It's because she helps control the tides in me. She keeps them from slipping out into the world. Without Ren, everyone around me gets hurt, or even killed. If I use an adult for this, they die. So here's the deal. Give me the kid, and I'll teach you how to control your tides better. Don't, and, well, let's not get into don't, eh? She holds out her hand to Ren. We have to settle this some other way. I'm not handing her over. No, the time for talk is over. What? She stares at you and you feel a sudden swirling in your psyche, a cacophony of dueling emotions. She's doing something with the tides, filling you with sickness and despair, the overwhelming compulsion to lie down and sob. She stops, a grim smile on her face. You want an example of what cast-offs can do? You want to know why I want the girl? She stops me from doing that. Now give her to me. How about this? Stop using your tides to hurt people, or I'll tell the cult of the changing god that you're a cast-off. Her face loses its mocking cheer, and she speaks slowly and deliberately. If you do that, I will spread your guts across the harbor. You do not put those mewling sycophants on my tail. Are we clear? Good. She smiles sweetly. Now, send Ren over here. Did you just use the tides on me? Is that what you do to Ren? I'm gonna try to get out of this without shedding blood. I don't know if it's possible at this point. Frequently, she smirks. Do you have a problem with it? Okay, let's go over all my options now. You said Ren keeps your powers from hurting and killing other people. How do you know it won't kill her? You should learn how to control your powers better. You need to use someone else as a sponge. Why can't you use one of your followers instead of Ren? You're right, so let's talk now. I'm not handing her over. Why can't you use one of your followers instead of Ren? Enslaving Ren is destroying her life and her potential anyway. One way or another, you're killing her. She's prepared to an angry retort, but it dies on her lips. I don't know. I'll let her go when... Damn it. So, let's... Persuasion. So how can you justify keeping Ren in your custody? Release your claim. Excellent, 100% right there. Bam.
Making a note.
Critical success. Stat pool spent on effort restored. She grits her teeth. Fine, you've convinced me. You can keep her, but you treat her right, you hear? If I get even a hint that you've made Ren unhappy, I'll track you across the ninth world. She concentrates a moment, and the miasma that filled your mind lifts. You know what? I'll even live up to my part of the bargain. I'm going to teach you about your tides because it will help you keep Ren safe. You ready for this? Alright, let's do this. She fights to keep a despairing sneer on her face. You know I hate all of this cast-off skist, right? Yeah? Alright. So the changing God, he made us. Maybe not on purpose, maybe we're just an accident, but he made us. He uses the tides to transfer his mind. You've felt them, I'm sure, surges of power, emotion, whatever. That's the tides, and they're pushing around inside of you. You focus them into something you can make a weapon out of. If you focus them into something, you can make a weapon out of them. Manifests differently for each of us. Most of us don't think about it, but I figure use every tool at your disposal. She breathes out. Close your eyes. Feel that cooling power in you. That's the tides. Now feel this. I'm going to push a little power at you. Try to fight it off. With your eyes closed, you can see the energy emanating from her, a dark and angry spike of red-hued power that drifts toward you. Instinctively, you raise your hands to bat it away, and she snorts. With your mind, use your tides. As the tidal dagger drifts closer, you feel something inside you uncoiling, a vast and restless power whose depths you can barely comprehend. It's reminiscent of the energy you used to blast the sorrow fragments from your mind, but now you can control it, and you breathe out, pushing her probe away. That's it, she says. That's it. Practice that. She pushes away. We're done. Skill level and tidal affinity has been increased by 1. Current level is trained. Cool. Now that I know you're a castle, let's talk about you a little more. What is it? Blah. Let's talk about you a little more, I guess. It's not a core part of my identity, you know. I don't walk around thinking, oh, I'm a cast-off. Let me think about my place in the world. She jabs a finger into your chest. I'm my own person. Got it? But fine, ask your questions. Do you know anything about Makina? She shrugs. I've heard the name. I know she trades with a bad crowd. I've never met her. Don't know where she lives or who she knows. Never hope to either. Do you know any other cast-offs? I knew Riestrid Glaive, covered in living metal armor. He had some underworld connections. It didn't end well for him. Last I heard, he scrambled his brain trying to change his past with dodgy Numenera. For the rest of the cast-offs, no. I keep to myself, and I'll thank you to keep my existence a secret. What is it you hope to accomplish with your life? Why become a slaver when you're effectively immortal? She eyes you speculatively. Why? Because it's easy to fall into the life. Because it was a challenge to get good at it. Because I don't particularly care what others think about me. She rakes her hair back. This tattoo, it doesn't define me. I'm not the man who made me. I owe him nothing. I owe you nothing. I owe the world nothing. It's my life, and these are my choices. So it's kind of doing the game right here. It seems like it's doing a little bit of preaching about as far as victims and how some ways that they overcome their past. What about giving back to the society that sustains your work? Do you really not see the role I'm playing? Each one of these slaves is a burden on society. I'm making society work easier and better. Besides, what do I owe this city? It's a balance between its needs and mine. I provide a useful service. It pays me. That's the extent of it. Spare me your moralizing. So, that's her take on it. I mean, we don't have to have the same opinion, but that's her opinion. That's how she has justified it. I have no standing to judge your choices. Then what gives you the right to judge others? Good question. You mean who gives me the right? And the answer's easy, she smiles crookedly. I do. That's the whole point of this exercise, isn't it? My life, my rules. You don't like it, get out of the way. No one's making you deal with me. Okay. She spits. If you don't have any other epiphanies you want to share with me, I've got some important none of your business to attend to. Do you know anything about sorrow? The what? She looks genuinely puzzled for a moment. Oh, you mean that monster that looks like the night mated with some year-old corpses? I don't. Nothing that would be helpful anyway. I felt it a while back, though. She shivers. Felt like it glanced my way. Felt like it told me, not yet. She shakes herself free of the memory. But no, can't help you with anything about it. Very well. So, alright. I talked to...
What's going on?
What's going on? How are you holding up? Before I met you, I asked All if he could bring someone to help me. I know, it's embarrassing. He's not the right sort of God for that, but then you came, and you're even better than anything a God would bring me. She watches you patiently. Alright, let's continue on. Thanks for the follow, Vertson. Looking around. I don't know what. Finished up that quest, I believe. Yep. Finished it up. Now, acquire a device that can transfer a year of Finland's life to his levy. Now I gotta go to the Temple of Truth or something like that. Order of Truth, that's what it is. Yeah, gotta go find the Order of Truth. That's where I'm heading next. I think it's in the government district up here, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Load screen means coffee time. Coffee, coffee, coffee. I'm trying to do it. A lot of these side quests because the rewards are kind of nice. So far, they are anyway. Like that shield I got from helping out that deformed boy. This thing is pretty nice. +2 to might and plus 15% evasion. Very nice. I like it anyway. So, I think it's up here. Okay, this is it. I'm gonna need to put some into my concentration skill because bonded items, they are pretty nice. But yeah, the penalties are really, really bad. Well, oh, that's that boy. Can I talk to him? I really like it here. Okay. Quoro. There's that nut that tried to kill me. That was going to try to kill me. Don't you have somewhere else to be? Look around. Oh, loot, loot.
I'm ready.
Abhumans of the Sagas Protectorate. Wow, it's valued at 250. No, don't talk to him. Try that one. Lanyering. The thin young man smiles hesitantly as you approach. You notice a small metallic ovoid protruding from his skull, nearly hidden by his disheveled hair. The fingers of his left hand tap nervously on his leg as he speaks. I'm not a real priest yet, he blurts, then blushes. If that's what you're thinking, usually visitors only talk to me because they think I'm a priest, but I'm still a novice. He plucks a threadbare spot on his robes. Whatever. This guy right here in the middle is probably the big guy. This priest is tall, thin, and dressed only in black. Narrow slashes of oil decorate his unlined skin like letters in an unknown tongue. His eyes are harried but alive with intelligent humor. They land on you with a tiny flicker of recognition. Then his gaze moves from you to Alagern and hardens. Oh, good, he says. No one shouted at me for hours. I already said everything I need to, Alagern says, folding his arms. Anything else would be a waste of breath. What's going on here? You're looking at men of Tan Lang, head puppet of the Order of Truth, Alagern says, jerking his head at men. More interested in where the next Shin is coming from than, say, doing any actual research. This may shock you, Min says, and it shouldn't because we've had this talk before, but research into the Numenera takes time. Orth needs a quiet place to work. He needs food and a bed, and none of this is free. Min sweeps a hand through his dark hair. Like it or not, and I know you don't, the slave families demand cooperation for their shins. If we don't maintain the levy network, if we don't play their games, that funding goes away, and so does the Order of Truth. Do I side with the Order, or do I side with Alagern? Alagern's been good to me so far. Min ignores Alagern's snort of approval and turns to you. Maybe, he says, rubbing his forehead, smearing the grease stains there. You know, I used to have time for my own work. It wasn't always, he waves his hands vaguely, politics and dinners and polite requests. He gives Alagern a sharp look. We'll find the answers you're waiting for. I'm not asking for gratitude. I'm asking for patience. And with that, he turns his full attention to you. I recognize you, he says. It's been 10 years. I don't think we ever spoke. You were the one visiting Salimeri all the time, right? Working on some sort of organic machine technology. I want to see where he's going with that. It's a lie. Huh. Well, welcome back, Min says, unaware or perhaps ignoring Alagern's muffled grumbling at your side. What brings you to the Order of Truth? How's Pico settling in? Oh, you know him. Good kid. Really good kid. He hasn't let an hour go by without exclaiming over something he's found in a book and insisting everyone take a look. He cast a fond look in Pico's direction. The kid's going to do well here. Where is Orthfong now? Looking into Alagern's problem, Min says, cocking his head at your companion. I think he mentioned leaving a note for you in his work table in case you stopped by, but he was in a hurry. Okay. Can you tell me about your work? Heh, he says, shaking his head. That's a big question, even on the best days. I specialize in mechanical Numenera, intelligent or not, but I haven't had much time for research since I started managing our branch of the Order. Ask you some questions about mechanical Numenera. I would be incredibly grateful if you did, he says. Every other conversation I have revolves around how I'm ruining the Order or not doing enough to save the Order. He rubs his forehead with the back of his calloused hand. Please, ask me about wires and blinking lights. I've met a levy that's losing its mind and wants to take a better year from the Creator. It what? Min says. That's horrible. His gaze drifts to the air, and very, very fascinating. I could build something based on our machine that would trade a year of the citizen's life, assuming you were willing to pay 60 for parts. He glances at you sharply, and the citizen was willing, of course.
Making a note.
Alternately, if you want to spare the shins and the day it would take me to make it, you could try building it yourself, he says, nodding his head at the table near the machine loaded with parts, if you feel like a challenge. Oh, I want to try to build it myself. That's the spirit, he says. Not that we couldn't use the money, mind you, but we're not about getting rich here after all. Ha! Min continues looking at you, apparently oblivious to Alagorn's outburst. I'm trying to repair a device known as a resonance chamber. You're what? Min gasped. I thought that thing was a myth, and you're trying to repair it? Where is it? I'd rather not say. Ah, he says, his mouth twisting. Probably wise. Anyway, do you have any piece of the machine with you? I have a shard of it. Take a look. He handles the shard with care. Organic and crystalline. It was grown into the appropriate shape for the machine. It is definitely what Salameri was working on all those years ago with her partner. He looks at you, his eyebrow raised, but does not say more. Reluctantly, he hands it back to you. In all honesty, I focus more on traditionally powered machines. Salameri has some experience with organic machine construction. You might ask her about it. Okay, well, let's go talk to Salameri. You recognize one of the parties in this one-sided argument, Quoro, the Starseeker you met in the reef. He studies his boots, silent and miserable. The other is a tall woman in finely cut robes, regarding the man with arch disdain. When I told you to retrieve the fallen star, I wonder if you heard return to me with empty hands and excuses, she sighs. I no longer need your services, Quoro. Collect your things and go. What? No, Salameri. I searched the reef for hours. Whatever fell was long gone by the time we got there. And that is why you are unsuited for this work. She massages her eyes. Honestly, I don't know what I expected. I saw promise in you, but also the flaws, and I ignored them. She spots you out of the corner of her eye and turns to you, framing a sharp rebuke at your intrusion. Her anger is stark amazement when she sees your face. Adon, I haven't seen you in 10 years. In 10 years. I cannot begin to imagine what your excuse might be. Now, how do I want to come at this? I guess we'll just be honest. She blinks once, twice, a smile blooms. You're a cast-off, she murmurs, studying you from head to foot with an appraising and somewhat proprietary eye. Remarkable. This is rather like visiting a house you once owned and seeing new tenants through the windows. I've met members of your little family before, of course, trailing around in that shadow, looking for clues or trying to repair the damage. Her smile is genuine and somewhat sad. Her eyes linger on yours as if looking for any flash of recognition. I can help you if you like, but I need something from you first. Sounds interesting. Doesn't it? She says. Well, it's a bit of a long pitch, so do let me know when you're ready to talk it over. Okay. Let's see about Alagorn first. Not recently, she says. Men may know where he is, however. She turns her attention to Alagorn. Amazing, she says. First you wander about in Adon's shadow, and now you're trailing after his cast-offs. It's a wonder you ever found time to be an Aeon priest. She affects a pained expression. Oh, my apologies. You quit, didn't you? I keep forgetting. I'm surprised you even know what an Aeon priest is, Alagorn growls. The Order of Truth is supposed to share knowledge. You hide it. And with good reason, she said smoothly. Well, talk about that favor, I guess. Of course, she draws your attention to a map of the Wreath of Fallen Worlds on her workstation and taps a gilded, ornate structure not far from the dome containing the resonance chamber. This is the anechoic lazaret. It has been hopelessly sealed since the dawn of the Ninth World until, she smiles, I managed it in a week or two. It was quite simple once you figured out the trick. I've been slipping in and out at nights, investigating the technology within, taking notes, she frowns. Then, more recently, I discovered that the structure was sealed again. Maybe you tripped an ancient security measure? No. she says crisply. I would not make such a careless mistake. I believe someone tramped inside with no regard for the dangers and managed to trigger a failsafe that resealed the structure. She flicks a strand of her hair from her eyes. I need someone to reopen the lazarette and, she waves a vague hand, handle whatever nonsense the trespassers have stirred up in their wake. Can't you handle this yourself? Oh, certainly, she says with a gentle snort. Perhaps I could draw upon my literal seconds of combat experience and deal with the potential violent intruders in a series of sporting one-on-one duels. She gives you a flat look. On second thought, perhaps we should play it safe. I want you to take care of this for me. Needless to say, I would also prefer the structure in an undamaged state as I left it. She smooths her robes. Well, there it is. Will you help? Yes. Excellent, she says briskly, but relief flashes across her face. She hands you a metallic stalk with flower-like ridges along its length and a mechanical eye at one end. Mechanical eye, let me look at it. Oh, it's a quest item. Just a way to open the door. Simply head down to the Reef of Fallen Worlds, brandish this at the door of the lazarette, and it should open before you. Good luck. Please, Salamari, Koro says, edging him beside you. Give me another chance. I can handle this. Let him try, Salamari. Why not? He shoots you a mistrustful glance, but otherwise continues pretending you don't exist. She says, looking between the two. You, Salamari, considers you both, then sorts through her work table, picking up a metallic eye. You're welcome to try, Koro, she says. She hands the eye over, but holds on to it when he tries to take it. This is your last chance, she says. If you come back empty-handed, you had better be dead as well. Trembling, Koro pockets the eye and leaves, eyes downcast. She watches him go and sighs. He is going to fail, of course. It's what he does best. Farewell. Farewell. I need to make that part. Is this the place where I make the part? The desk is cluttered with scrawled notes, piles of paper, and worn books. The owner was either extremely disorganized or left in a hurry. Alagern steps closer to the desk. He growls in frustration. This is where Orth Fong usually works. If he left a message for me, it must be here somewhere. Examine the papers and books. Before you have a chance to examine the mess, Alagern leans forward and plucks a folded note from the top of the pile. Orth is a paranoid bastard. He writes all his messages in code. Looks like this one is for me. He breaks the wax seal and scans the note. As he reads, his face grows tight with fury. Fong took my frame and left. He said it's not safe here. He wrote more about my tattoos and... He snaps his mouth shut. Never mind, he's not here. He glances toward the Aeon priest. We can talk about it some other time. Can I examine the papers and books again? You rustle through the mess of documents and notes. Most of them discuss the buildings and architecture of prior worlds. They're filled with drawings and descriptions of bizarre structures uncovered by scholars and explorers. The owner of this desk seems to have been particularly interested in doors, door frames, and archways. He has drawn circles around all such things, but his scrawled comments are never more revealing than similar, but not a match. Or could there be a connection here? Whatever. El Hento's notes are spread across Belazar's workbench. Individual images and words are circled in smudges of ink decorated the young priest's thin cheekbones. Hello, he says, his eyes glitter with cheerful exhaustion. What are you doing here? What? He mutters, only half listening. El Hento's notes have clear command of his attention. Oh, he says finally, without looking at you. I'm part of the Order of Truth. I work here. Pages rustle beneath his hands. Farewell.
I'm going.
The machine is a chaotic assemblage of metal tanks and tubing. A work table mounted with spare parts stands beside it, and it connected by wires to an oddly familiar sarcophagus and other devices. Examine the machine. As it turns out, there's very little to examine. Every access point to the machine has been carefully sealed. Some of the hatches and panels are worn with use. They are likely accessed by the Order when they perform maintenance on the machine. Others are gleaming ornate locks with twisted keyholes unmarred by the scratches and nicks of careless everyday use. You run your hand across its surface and feel the ghost of another person's hands doing the same. Yep. 70%, that's the best I can get. That's good enough. Memory opens like a gaping mouth and closes around you. Hot wind pulls at your robes. Jagged grit claws at your eyes. Squinting through the storm, you see the machine half buried in the sand. Curiously, you wedge open a panel. Inside is a sphere, sparkling like a jewel, but soft to the life drains from you into the sphere like blood from a wound. The machine is stealing your life. Growling, you return the favor, ripping the sphere from the machine and regarding it with cold eyes. The memory releases you abruptly, leaving you panting in front of the machine, which is not the ruined monstrosity your predecessor discovered in the Archipelagian ruins. You know, however, that the orb is sealed somewhere inside this device. Pick through the spare parts on the table. You sort through the jumbled components on the table. There aren't many, nor are there any duplicates. These appear to be spare parts for the machine. Try to determine how the machine works. I can probably do it. Well, let's try to use some other people because I'm about to run out. I'm running low on intelligence. After several minutes of examining the spare parts on the table and the machine itself, you think you understand. Most of the components can channel or focus the life taken from a subject. One of them, if you are correct, is the device that pulls the life from the subject, but none of them can store life, even temporarily. Furthermore, there are no duplicate components. You will only have one shot at building the device Fenton's levy needs. Alright, let's try it. Oh, 100%? Heck yeah. I can definitely do that.
I'll remember that.
The goal, of course, is to channel the life directly from Fenton to his levy with no intermediary step. It will not be as elegant as the machine beside you, but it should work. Should. Working with great care, you fit the delicate components together with quiet snicks and clacks, following the insubstantial blueprint in your mind. Clack. There. Done. Fenton and his levy await. Alright, let's leave the machine. Got the quest item I need now.
All right.
Go give this to Fenton and the levy. Oh, load screen means coffee break. All right. Oh, where am I at? How did I get way over here? Maybe that will be patched out. Okay, look at my map. Get to the cliffs. So I'm gonna have to go down through here, I think. Yeah, I'm hoping to get a new headset and all, new microphone and everything this maybe today or tomorrow, so hopefully the audio quality will be a good bit better. At least on my side, maybe it will be. I don't know how it's affecting you guys. Oh yeah, I forgot. Coffee break. Load stream means coffee break. How many of you guys have already bought the game? I'd like to know that. If you've already bought the game and are just kind of watching this because you're enthralled with it or whatever, put a 1 in chat. Just type a 1 in chat. Just let me know. Okay, head this way. This will head to the cliff. That way I can go ahead and get this quest knocked out. I was getting a pretty good little laundry list of quests. Alright, Vertiloth. It looks like you're either the only one in chat that, besides me, has the game themselves, or you're the only one that knows how to follow directions. So, what do you think about it? What do you think about the game? I'm really enjoying it so far. I mean, it's slow. It's kind of a slow go and all, but I'm really enjoying it. I really like the story so far. It's not really, or as of this point in the story, it's not really a save the world type story like a lot of them are, like a lot of RPGs are. It's just you're trying to save yourself. Okay, I probably need to talk to this guy first. Any luck with the Skylarks? I brought the device.
I'm ready to become even more heroic.
Oh, another one of my guys leveled up. Fine, just 1 year, right? He chuckles, but there's not much humor in it. I've got a few to spare. Let's get this over with. Yeah, I think that was kind of the way that Planescape Torment back in the day was too. It's very low on combat and really concentrated on the story. Like, I'm trying to think. I have not been in combat. I'm like about 5 or 6 hours in, I think, at this point, and I've only been in combat the one time during the tutorial, where it's unskippable. You have to be in combat because it's showing you how to do it. But other than that, I've not been in combat since. I've completely gotten all the experience and everything I have from doing quests and getting through them with speech checks and things like that. Well, it's done, he says. Funny thing, the first year they took didn't hurt a bit. This one stings like glass in the gut. He rubs his head. But the levy's gone. That's something. Are you feeling alright? Honest? No. Got some hammerings in my head and a greasy feeling in my throat. I hope it goes away. Do you regret helping the levy? Sure, he says, but no, too. The way you described it, I owed him a debt. You have to repay your debt, citizen or no. He winces. I think I need to lie down. I'm off. He moves to do just that, then pauses. Never played Planescape. The last games I did in this genre was Baldur's Gate and Icewind Dale. Yeah, yeah. It's like Icewind Dale seemed like it was like the opposite of Planescape Torment. It was like almost a dungeon crawl with using the same game engine or a similar game engine. And then Baldur's Gate was kind of like half and half. Baldur's Gate had really good story, but it had plenty of combat to fill up the times in between. So yeah, it's kind of like a scale of massive amounts of story and very little amounts of story and massive amounts of combat. And Icewind Dale set on one end, Planescape Torment set on the other end, and then Baldur's Gate was kind of in the middle. That's what it seemed like to me anyway. And this is the, spiritual successor to Planescape Torment. So that's kind of where we're at. We're just a lot of story and very little combat. Hey, before I forget, let me give you something for all the trouble. He drops a small pouch into your hand and stumbles away, clutching at his side and cursing under his breath. So I got 2 spray flesh and 50 shins. That's awesome. That was worth it. And Eridus is ready to advance. Oh, he's about to move up a tier too. Improved skill. Early in the turn order during crisis, inability causes the character to act later. Endurance plus 5 health per level, inability decreases health by 2. He is the glaive, so it's kind of plus 50% bonus per level on difficult tasks with the skill. Finally home ability to break things. I'm thinking either running or endurance. I'm thinking because he's kind of my backup if we do happen to get into combat. He's kind of my backup plan. So I'm thinking running to be able to close the gap between things faster. You have reached tier 2. Abilities unlocked. Elbow. Yeah, I don't know what happened to my controller. It just disconnected for some reason, or lost its connection to the Xbox. But okay, elbow grease. Can I look at them? Kinetic overdrive. I guess I can't whenever I get out of here. I have to choose abilities to learn. Gotta pick one or gotta pick between them. Fell swoop. Target enemies in immediate cone. Attack and arc in front of you, dealing weapon damage to all enemies who fail to evade. That's pretty neat. Hook. Snare a target with a grappling hook and pull them toward you. I like that too. Let's take hook. You're reached tier 2. Select a skill to increase. Heavy weapons, light weapons. I don't really want. Let's take heavy weapons. Very, very good. Direct approach. Cool. Elbow grease plus 5% bonus gain from each level of effort spent on smashing your quick fingers task. Kinetic overdrive. Gain plus 3 might pool, plus 3 speed pool. Okay, I like it. He could have a better weapon though. He's got a heavy weapon, but he could have. Wish he had a better one. I need to advance her. These stat pools, I could do that. Let's go with improved skill first. And she's gonna be my healer, I think. the way I'm going to use
Maybe this
her.
won't be as hard as I thought.
Cool. Okay. Now, while I'm thinking about it, I need to move these to her. I thought I had more than that. More than 2. Okay, anyway. Now, what quest have I got? Hidden enemy, a road. Okay, those are both in. And that is back where we started at. Let's go back and do that. Anechoic Lazaret. Run back there. Have plenty of dry time to drink some coffee on the way. Come on. It's always a hump right here at 72 or 75%. It just takes a little bit longer right here. Then, there it goes. Must be loading the textures or something right there at the 72% mark. Or something. I have a lingering feeling like we are going to be getting into some combat, maybe. Possibly be seeing combat now. This next part, whenever we get into that it's showing on the screen right now, actually. Alright, onward and upward. Everybody's basically full.
Yes.
This metal door is thick, heavy, and unmarked by time. Double rows of circular bumps run horizontally and vertically across its surface. As you approach the door, one of the bumps suddenly slides open, revealing a circular aperture. A few tiny waving strands of synth emerge from the hole. Hold the metallic eye near the open aperture. The waving strands whip out, wrapping themselves around the eye. For a moment the eye comes to life, buzzing and whispering, getting warmer in your hand. The synth fibers make soft, fluttery sounds in return. After a moment they withdraw. The door slides open and you step into the chamber beyond. Boom. Well, welcome to the stream, everybody. Everybody's coming in so quickly. Thanks for coming by and dropping in on me. And if you guys have any questions, I'll try my... I've gotten 6 or 7 hours into the game, I think, around this time, so I'll try my best. Murden. It looks like a crow or a raven. Half raven, half man. Oh, a Murden. I got you. A group of crows is called, or a flock of crows is called a murder. Or a flock of ravens is called a murder. And then you have human, so it's a Murden. Okay, got you. A cluster of hunched creatures awaits you in this dark room smelling of rust and blood. They are bird-like abhumans with chipped beaks, matted feathers, and filthy leather robes. It's not their appearance that reminds you who they are. It's the gritty static that fills your head, a side effect of the creature's telepathy. These are murdens, cruel and cunning scavengers, and a fifth of their number lies dead on the ground, with great chunks torn out of its body. Ugh, it feels like someone's rubbing the inside of my head with a dry rag. What is that? That fuzzy feeling. Wow, that's descriptive. That makes my head hurt thinking about it. Rubbing the inside of my head with a dry rag? Oh my God. That's their telepathy. Just stay back and it won't hurt as much. They remind me of grave crows, she says thoughtfully. If you act weak, the whole flock will attack, thinking you easy prey, sometimes even if they don't want to fight. Wincing, she rubs her temples. Of course, these are strange crow men. They're probably perfectly civil. She doesn't sound like she believes it, or else they'll explode when you touch them or something. The largest murden straightens, eyeing you, snapping its beak once, twice. It seems to be waiting for you to speak. Why are you here? The murdens toss their feathered heads at your words and seem to swell beneath their robes. Still, none of them will quite meet your eyes. The largest one bares its talons at you, hissing, and the clinging static of its thoughts intensifies. The other murdens flex their claws. One hisses, displaying a pointed, blood-stained tongue. Okay, let's try to get out of this without bloodshed, like we have been doing. Been successful at it thus far. The lead murden eyes you with slight interest. The other creatures glance uncertainly at each other. Persuasion. Step aside. Maybe they want to leave this place. Say it's base 40, 10, 30. Why do I have to have the best deception? I mean, I can use I want to use all of my intelligence. I'll leave at least one. Success. With sidling, careful steps, the murdens ease past you through the open door. Your eyes are drawn back to the half-eaten murden on the ground. They must have been trapped in here for a long time. Oh, cannibalism. Okay. Loot.
Go. Ready.
More loot. And there's loot up here. What's that? Gravity bomb. All characters in range take 12 relativistic damage and are knocked down. Minus 45% evasion. Consumes movement to stand. That's cool. Metal panels and parts have been torn from the walls as if someone was trying to rip their way out to no avail.
Yes.
This murden has been dead for at least a day or two. The lower portion of its body is missing, and its midsection has been torn open to get at the viscera inside. Examine the corpse. Burn marks speckle the creature's foul leathery robes. Lifting these carefully aside, you see the unhealed wounds beneath. The murden was probably killed by beam weapons, and none of the other murdens were carrying any. This does not account for the other damage to the corpse. Flesh was torn from the creature in long strips, and since the murden was trapped in this antechamber with its fellows, you can guess what happened next. Examine it again. You don't only confirm your earlier findings. The murden was killed by beam weapons and eaten by its comrades. All right then. I wrecked them all instead of talking. Yeah, I'm kind of trying to take the higher road in all of the thing. I'm trying to see if, I've heard that it is at least mostly possible to get through the entire game without bloodshed. So, I'm trying that route. see how possible it is.
Ready?
A chromed pillar descends as you approach, exposing a long shaft ringed with snaking cables. Dim light filters up from below. Let's climb down in this bad boy. Use stealth in the next level. Okay. I haven't used a whole lot of combat at all, so we'll see how this works. The construct floats up to bar your path. Blood speckles its rigid surface. Halt, Fleshwalker, it bellows. Quake in the boundless shadow of peerless, immortal intelligence of a lost age. Cower before me, and you may be spared. Why are you so hostile? Look at me. I am spotted with the organic fluids your kind smuggle inside yourselves. The construct's voice quivers with disgust. But the other Fleshwalkers wouldn't listen. They wanted to linger in my fortress. I had to ram and smash the fluids out of them. Enough of these pleasantries. Leave, or my drones and I will smash your bones and burn smoking holes into your fatty innards. I don't know if I can talk my way out of this. What did you call me? Fleshwalker, it says, shuddering. You are made of decaying meat and hardened calcium. You squish and click when you move. It is disgusting. You mentioned the other drones. What can you tell me about them? They are my hands, the floating orb says smugly. Extensions of my indestructible will, reflections of my brilliance. So the drones are copies of you? Not exact copies, Peerless says. Perfection cannot be so easily replicated, but you are essentially correct, Fleshwalker. What are you doing down here? Great work, worthy of immortal being, it says, and even that is more than you deserve to know. Tell me anything else about you, what you're doing down here? No, the construct snaps. It is beyond your meat-bound understanding. I'm not so sure I want to attack. Excellent, do not return. We are busy here. Okay, let me look in my... What does this say? Oh, okay. Okie dokie, so I have to take care of them. He's got his mop. He's full up. He's full up. She's looking pretty good. I could use a little bit of speed. I could use some intellect, that's for sure. Oh man, there I am. If I come over here. I don't know.
That's the stuff.
Nope. Nope. I'm so confused. Can I get? No, I have to actually Start the fight. The D lurking is real. I know, right? Alright, yep. I didn't leave quick enough. So here we go. Here we go. We going at it. He ain't got squat on him. Instant melee. Can I use hook? I can. I think. Out of range. Nope. Okay. I'll use that then. Move him up here. And can I... Yes, select opportunist. And the last cast off. Do have some stuff on him. 12 might have to use some of this stuff. Right here. Two of them right there. Bam, bam.
You hit me, I'll hit you.
Okay. Now let's move up. Or can I hide? Destroy or deactivate the peerless drones. Disable them without a fight. The objective on the right screen. Okay. Well, this doesn't really seem all that hard.
My attack didn't feel strong at all. At all.
This isn't right.
Oh, that hurt. Okay. Abilities. Okay, so we've got more actions. More actions. Turns in a row chain. Okay. Different action. Breaks the chain. Settle. Change for this one. Move. He's gonna be out of range regardless. I'm gonna go ahead and move up here. No. Just go ahead and use my living tattoos.
I hate using these things. Like stripping a memory.
Man, it's so close. So close.
Doing it now.
And good old Rin. All she can do is hide. Okay. Now I should be able to do some decent damage. Not really, but do something. Even if it's wrong, we'll do something.
My attack didn't feel strong at all. At all.
I know, because the weapon you have kind of sucks. In turn. Alright. Probably go ahead and take the big guy out. No, not quite. Do some decent damage to him though.
I'm barely hurting it.
But I did hurt it though. Okay. Just wander around in a circle. Oh.
What's happening to me?
Took a bit of damage there for this one. Knock this guy out.
I barely heard it. Try something else.
Did I not knock it out? Well, that's irritating if that didn't work.
Learning begets doing. Or is it the other way?
Okay. What the crap? It said interact. My black and wall can be used to open and close this door.
You bet.
Ah. Crap. Whatever. Thing hurts. I'm gonna go ahead and take it out.
You never had a chance.
How much is that gonna hurt? Oh, I got knocked down in it. Looks like.
What's happening to me?
You took some damage, dude. You will be okay.
You hit me, I'll hit you.
And hide now? I'm gonna use a lot of my speed up. I'm gonna use the rest of it up.
All right.
Of course we can help.
I don't know
Right
why
on.
this game is... Now can I interact with it? Yes, I can. It's just using up all my movements. Now can you hide?
If you want a job done right.
Destroy or deactivate the Peerless Drones. Okay, now all my characters are hidden. Is that the control panels? The little things I'm supposed to loot? Maybe. Take this guy this way.
Yes.
Okay, this must be the control panel. Yeah, I can't get all the way to it.
Let's do it.
I'm running low on stuff, so.
If you're sure it's safe.
Not really. I'm hoping that she stays hidden. Now let me look at my map. Looking around. Good morning, Hannibal. I'll go up this way.
Why, of course.
Wow, there's a lot of these things down here. I'm glad I finally got everybody in stealth mode.
Yes.
Uh-oh. I think No, okay, I'm still hiding.
On my way.
Can I not interact with it?
On my way.
Or I'm not restrained? Now what in Sam Hill am I supposed to do then? Is that what I'm supposed to be going for?
Done.
Examine the telltale crimson energy of the peerless infection swirls around this control column. These are the control columns. Gotcha. Cloud of sparkling motes flit around this column as you approach the swirl around your head and fly into your ear. A melodic voice, intercut with harsh static, speaks inside your eardrum. At first, you cannot understand the language, but after a few words, the sounds morph into truth. I'm afraid I've detected an infection, it says pleasantly. Commencing purge in the now familiar voice of Peerless overrides the first speaker. Fleshwalkers, vile ambulatory pus sockets. Purge the Peerless intelligence, definitely. Best I can get is 70. I'll take what I can get, I guess. Oh no. You try touching various points on the surface of the column, tracing lines of sight with no response. Direct your Fleshwalker, scatter your decaying skin cells elsewhere. Can I try again? Retry. Requires action. Okay, I don't have another action. Gotcha. In turn. That's what I'm looking for. Okay, where are you going? That's what I want to know. Oh, she's not stealthed anymore. This could turn badly. It's going to take a minute for all these guys to do their little figure eights. Okay. Now, I know a little bit better what I'm looking for. Probably one up there, but he's closer to it.
Look out below! Above! Sideways! Why, of course.
No, they can see me. They all seem to be making their way over here to her. If that's the case, she won't live this round out. If I start dying off, I'll start debating on just reloading a past save. Now, go up here.
Yes.
Yep. God. All these peerless. Oh no. If she's visible to those that are already in that room, then I'm screwed. Because they'll take her out. It looks like she is because they're all moving in that direction. Now since she's no longer hid. If I can just make it through this round though, I'm pretty close to all the different pillars. That's a long ways away. Can I go this way? Try to help a sister out if she needs it. I don't think I'm gonna get that opportunity. Here it comes. No, don't hurt her. She took 1 damage. Maybe I'm out of line of sight for that guy. Maybe. Nope. Come on, what you gonna do? Fearless blast. Do another 1 to 3 damage. So yeah, I basically have this one last chance because all these guys are just gonna start moving in.
Trust and honesty are our bonds.
85%. That's what I've got. Yes. Success. A pulsing wave pattern on one segment of the pillar catches your attention and you place a hand on it. A sing-song voice intones a series of musical notes, dissonant and haunting. You find yourself humming the next steps in the scale. The red light flushes from the column and the voice rings clear inside your head. Peerless intelligence atomized and erased. All minds within the circuit have been returned to their default personalities. Thank you. I'm feeling much refreshed. The column has returned to its intended state, ready to accept other commands. The voice chimes. If you'd like a palliative harmony, simply provide the activation tone.
What is that?
Oh, that's nice.
That feels great.
A chorus of warm tones reverberates from within the column, accompanied by a ripple of light. The sound vibrates through you and you feel rejuvenated. So, in turn. So a lot of these guys are now taken out, I think, the green ones. I don't know. We'll figure it out though. Oh, now they're fighting each other. Gotcha, okay. That's better. Okay, come on.
Why, of course.
Interact. Twinkling motes swirl around and enter your ears in the same manner as the last column. It is likely the same method of clearing the peerless will work here. If it is too much to ask, a meek voice begins. Please initiate a containment procedure. Crackle. It is too much to ask. It roars. I am peerless, and I will not be bound. Consumes action. You place your hand on the wave pattern in the hum the sequence of notes you used before. The red lights flush from the column, and the other voice seems to clear its throat. Oh, delightful! The peerless intelligence has been thoroughly cleansed from all of my drones. Very good, very good. Intern. Just got one more. I need one more control terminal. Terminal. That should be it. Come on. Do your little attack. Now,
Go.
I don't think I can get. I might be able to get close enough. The twinkling motes swirl around and enter your ears in the same manner as the last column. It is likely the same method of clearing the peerless will work here. This is just too much. The intelligence mutters. Initiate containment. I cannot be contained. It bellows. I am peerless, the uncontainable. Requires action. Oh man, I don't have an action. I gotta wait. So, yeah, I just gotta let all these guys go through all their stuff and make it all the way back around, back to me. I don't know.
All right.
Take your time. Yeah, combat takes a while. Come on. Make it back around to the last cast off so I can finish this up. Yeah, this is gonna take a minute. I'm just gonna let it do like it do. Drink some coffee, everything will be okay. Okay. Yeah. Nothing to do with you. Nothing to do with you. Now, finally, interact. Now I should be able. Yep. Place your hand on the wave pattern in the hum sequence of notes you used before. The red light flushes the column, and the other voice shouts, "Finally, thank you for ridding me of that disgusting plague." The column has returned to its intended state, ready to accept other commands. I suppose I can offer some healing if you like. The intelligent grumbles, just use the command tone. I'm the next step in the scale. Everybody should be running up towards me. Now I need to start at one end of the map and start looting this place. Grab this.
Yes.
Don't mind if I do.
All right.
And I'm getting a good bit of shins here. Nice. Quite nice.
Let's go.
And some other stuff that I can use.
Yes. Now.
What is that? Oddity. Brightly colored aquatic creature has a short loop of elastic material running through one of its 7 legs. I think the oddities are just like to sell. You guys in chat, let me know if I'm wrong, but is basically everything that's marked as an oddity just for value as shins? I'm thinking it is, but I could be wrong. Let me know if I am. I definitely don't want to sell anything I don't have to. Loops of wire and cables connect the drone to the surrounding machinery. It's a good bet that this particular construct is the source of the problem in anechoic lazare. Come no closer, Fleshwalker. I am Peerless the Eternal, Peerless the Mighty, Peerless the Wise. Your field generators appear to be broken. How did you get down here? Let's try to... Well, I'm out of speed. Smash it though.
I'll remember that.
Your meat will stain my servos foul. A satisfying crunch cuts off the drone screaming as you scramble its insides.
Yes.
Nothing to crack. Nothing but crackle coming from it. Make our rounds. Getting all the loot.
Of course.
Another oddity. This tiny stone ball appears completely ordinary. No amount of close inspection reveals anything that stands out or any signs that this is anything more than it appears. Yet at any sign of mirth near the antagonist, the stone ball will start howling at an ever-increasing intensity until it completely drowns out the laughter. Okay. I think that's it. I think Yep. Now let me look at the quest. Return to Salamari. Alright.
Go.
Is this game Diablo-esque? Kind of debating it. If you're looking for a dungeon crawl, no, it's not Diablo-esque. It's very story-driven. A lot of reading, a lot of story. If you're into that kind of thing, then I definitely suggest it. It's one of those games where you're either going to love it or hate it. You can wait until it goes on sale, but it's not really going to matter because either you're going to love it at $50 and think it's 100% worth it, or you're going to hate it at any price. So, there you are, Cora says. I had no doubt you'd make it back in one piece, you being who you are. His mouth twists. To be frank, I considered ambushing you, but Salamari, he pauses and then forces the words out. Salamari cares for you. He meets your eyes, and in all honesty, I need a favor. Tell Salamari I helped you, he says. Please, I would have if I'd arrived in time, but you're just so damnably... He trails off, taking a breath. She wants to dismiss me. Help me change her mind, and I'll tell you something I know about the Order of Truth. I deserve more than secrets for doing your dirty work. Let's see. Fine, Quirrell says without hesitation. I'll give you something from my private collection, but only after you tell her, will you? I'll tell her you helped. There we go. Excellent. I'll hold you to that. Now the secret, as I promised. He nods his companions towards the door. Lan Yuring, he says, the boy is a spy for the Memovra. I'm not sure why. He loves the Order well enough. I was going to blackmail him, but he grants priorities change, I suppose. I'll see you back at the Order, Fallen Star. Okay. Thanks, Knight. Okay, now it's time to go back and turn this quest in. We can sleep on the way at the Order of the Changing God for free, if I'm not mistaken, since we've got them believing that we are the Changing God. Go ahead and make them believe that, and we can. We already made them believe that, so now we can sleep for free. Recharge all of our stuff instead of it charging other places charging us 20 shins per person in our party, so that'd be like 80 shins per night. Come on, it always gets hung up at 72. All right. Alrighty. Yeah, let's run up here and sleep and get all of our stat pools up and get Alagern healed back up. Sleep. That's what I want to do.
Thanks.
Can't beat that. Get all of us healed up, all the stat pools filled back up, and we're good to go.
All right.
Gold Tide represents charity, sacrifice, and empathy. It is the tide of people whose primary goal is to help others, especially at the cost to themselves. It's going to be interesting. I mean, I kind of understand what the tides and all are about, that it keeps updating, like silver tides and gold tides, indigo tides and red tides and all that, blue tides. I kind of understand it's like a reputation system within the game. It's just going to be interesting to see what lasting effects it has. On the outcome of the games. I mean, I've chose conversation options
Go.
and not understand, and it gave me some change in the tide, and I'm like, I was just asking a question. It's like, almost like it should have a descriptor next to your choice, as in, like, if you're asking it in a particular tone, like, is that why it's changing your tide? Are you being a smart ass whenever you're doing it? Awesome. Ah, there you are, she says, beaming and holds out a smooth palm. The eye of the blocks, please. You hand it over and she returns it to her workstation. Then she gracefully inclines her head in Koro's direction. Was he of any use to you? Koro gives you a pleading look. Let's help him out. See, I understand that. I just helped him out despite myself. So I got some gold tide. Very well, she sighs. Koro, you can stay. Do try to limit your failures in the future to matters I care less about. Koro exhales all at once and nods in your direction. With that out of the way, she says, here's a reward for your considerable effort. Thank you. Ring of Entanglement. By the way, I managed to save a few drones in the laserette from Peerless. I solved the problem now. I need to fix it. Okay. Tell her that. She nearly jumps. Lower your voice, she whispers. Astonishing. Your predecessor couldn't have done better. She passes you a heavy bag from her workstation. A small bonus. Keep what you've learned in there to yourself until my book is finished. What is that? I've solved your problem now. I need help fixing the resonance chamber. Well, I remember what Adon told me, she says, frowning. The chamber was built with living crystals from a world called the Ascension. Your predecessor was remarkably resistant to telling me what it was for, regardless of the interrogation methods I employed. Her mouth quirks. Oh, it's a little PG-13 innuendo going on there. He only said that it would stop the sorrow and that none of the cast-offs could know about it, which seemed odd to me at the time. Escaping the sorrow would be in all of your best interest, I would think. She snaps her fingers. Seek out the cast-off who helped him build it, that surly artificer whose name escapes me at the moment. I forget his name, Salamary continues, and I only saw him once. He has machines buzzing away in his body and circuits embedded in his flesh. She taps her lip thoughtfully. Speak to Adon's little cult in Circus Minor if you haven't already. They always seem to know who your brothers and sisters are. Thanks. Her lips part. For a moment she looks surprised. You're welcome, she says at last. You're quite different from your father, you know. Adon was fascinating, intense, focused on building that chamber, passionate one moment and distant as the stars the next. I never understood why. She half turns away from you. Oh, and Adon was ruthless, utterly ruthless. I am leaving proof of that. Cool. Thank you, Koro mutters, clapping your shoulder awkwardly as you pass and handing you a small jingling bag. I can't say I would have done the same in your place. Burning moose. 30 shins. And I got a lot of stuff right there. Let's see, what have I got? I picked up RF. You've seen this ring fragment before. It is known as RF, or power taken. It is one half of the artifact known as the Shadow Ring. You recall that this artifact belonged to a cast-off, though their identity escapes you. Remember only that the changing god himself sundered this ring at the height of a cold rage and infused each half with mutually repellent energies. They have been separated from each other ever since. The changing god went through immense trouble to separate these two rings. It must be possible to reunite them. Well, I'm kind of... Whoa. You retrieve the ring fragment from your bags again. Examine. You hold the ring fragment in one hand, though it seems like this should be impossible. The small ring is incredibly heavy. A small protrusion extrudes from one end of this fragment. The ring fragment is marked by the protrusion coming out of one end. Okay. There, Burning Moose Cipher immediately removes all positive and status fettles from all enemies. In addition, gain Burning Moose plus 50% on perception tasks. Okay. Ring of Entanglement. The two characters wearing these matching rings share all fettles and 25% of stats healed. Interesting. Well, no, I might not want to wear it. What is this again? Psychic Guard. Okay, that'll be alright. Now, examine that. Transfer that to him. And put it on him. Now, me and Alagern will share our stuff. Yeah. He's ready to advance again. Increase edge. Increase edge in the pool of your choice. Why can't I do it in speed? Do it in intellect.
Learn some new tricks.
Use your two abilities unlocked, spurred by ink and hard-earned knowledge. Choose abilities to learn. 2 points remaining. Mind barrier, gain 1 intellect pool plus 1 armor. Adaptation, gain protected, plus 2 armor plus 1 resistance. Armor bonus plus 2 per tier. Resistance bonus plus 1 per tier. Hook. So I got 2 remaining. I'll take both of these. Cool. Now, what else did I? Spurred by ink, I didn't. While leaving tattoos is active, gain 50% movement speed plus 1 max effort. All other party members gain plus 5 on lore machinery, plus 5 on lore mystical, plus 5 on lore natural. Nice. Man, this is starting to look up. Alright, now let's go back to our quests. And these are the ones that are down in the underbelly. So I guess it's time to head to the underbelly. What does Living Tattoo do? It makes it to where the more times you repeat any action consecutively, you do that action better. I think it's a combat only type fettle. but it's kind of Allegern's kind of it's his thing that he does. His tattoos are living. So like if he pops living tattoos and then he just repeatedly attacks, I think the way it works is that his attacks get stronger. Let me pull up. I'll pull it up. The living tattoos grants living tattoos a Fettle. While active, use similar actions: attacks, defensive esoteries, ciphers, or healing esoteries and ciphers multiple turns in a row to chain increasing effects. Using a different kind of action breaks the chain and removes the Fettle. When the chain reaches 4, the Fettle is removed. So you can do the same thing up to 4 times, or you can attack, use defense, or healing, basically, up to 4 times in a row, and it increases the effectiveness of that attack, defense ability, or healing ability each time. And then Spurred by Ink makes it even better, because while it's active, you gain 50% movement speed and 1+1 max effort. Cool. Forgot where I was going. Oh yeah. Is it up here? Yeah, right there.
Yes. Now.
Climb down. Yep. Head down to the underbelly. The only reason I know where the underbelly is, I haven't even been into the underbelly yet this playthrough, is I played it like an hour on another character before I started this stream last night. I played it day before yesterday, before the embargo was lifted. I got to play it for a few hours day before yesterday, and played like an hour on one character and a couple hours on another character. So yeah, I wanted to go with Allegern as my, because you have to kindly pick at the beginning of the game. You have to from what I understand, you have to kindly pick between him and that chick, and they're both nanos, but he's kind of more of a spell sword, I guess would be what you would call him. I don't know about early access. I wasn't a part of early access. I was just was able to I was gifted a free review copy about 24 hours before the embargo was lifted, so I was able to get in here and look it over and kind of get the controls and everything down before the embargo was lifted, and then start streaming from there. And then I wanted to stream like all day yesterday. That was my plan. And then life happened, so that fell through. I was able to stream for about 3 hours last night late, get about 6 hours of sleep, and back up and streaming again. So yeah, from what I remember, there's a lot to do down here. Interest. I'll go see what this merchant's got. Michelle. In a stall filled with all manner of dusty parts, connectors, and strange devices, a woman tinkers with a half-assembled power source, peering at it through spectacles that have several adjustable lenses. Her long white hair is disheveled, and the skin of her thin frame is marked with small scars and burns. She looks up curiously as you approach. Welcome to Michelle's Mechanicals. Or Michaela's Mechanicals? Yeah, Michaela's Mechanicals. I got a bunch of broken stuff and a few things that work. You want any of it? Let me know. Do you know a woman named Makina? Hard looks. Go ahead and ask her about it. Oh, I know that one. Carked and twitchy. Asked me about to ken the workings of some weird old device she had. Obsessed with it, like it was a bit of sniff, and she was a slave to it. Never seen the like. Near to killed me when I couldn't make it work for her. She frowns, remembering. I'd have been mad, except I saw how sick she was with it, shaking, tears, the whole lot. Sent her on her way and wished her luck. She'll be needing it. She'll need it, poor thing. Let me see what she's got. I need to sell some of these oddities now. Artifact. Nope, don't want to sell that. Sell. Sell. It says item. Add humans of the Sagas per details. Study of savagery. Creatures known to add humans with belief in human ancestry. Blah. I'm not going to sit there and read that for y'all. I don't have the patience right now. Not at this very moment, which it might come back to bite me in the rear, but I'll be okay. That. Salmon, transfer. I don't. Salmon and whip.
Do I like dashing or smashing?
What we got over here? While last cast off. Root spider. Cipher. 15 physical damage before it's immobilized. Action 3 rounds. Action. 39 shin. The Furtive Eidolon. Confers the Furtive Eidolon plus 50% on stealth tasks, plus 50% on perception tasks. Automatically gets another few hide as a free action at the end of each turn. Ooh, I like that. Got any better weapons though? I need a really great heavy melee weapon. It's all ranged. Berserker's Yoke. Plus 1 training level in intimidation. Plus 3 damage. Negative effects. Minus 1 intelligence. I like that better. A lot. Bad though. I may want this. Only 60. If I can get it. Any more merchants that I can speak to? Not really. There's a rock there, can't walk through it.
Let's go.
This thin glowing thread pierces the surface of the water and plunges deep into the black depths like a white line drawn in shining ink. Examine the line. You try flicking the shining string and your finger goes right through it. Crooked Queek. Could you try catching something for me? I've had no luck today, besides everything down there is pretty much stronger than me. Try catching something for Crooked Queek. You pull on the line and something in the dark below pulls back. You press your lips together and reel in your catch. A muddy cipher dangles from the end of the line. It's beautiful, Crooked Quick breathes. I was just hoping for fish. I can sell it and eat for weeks. I hand it over. You pass the cipher to her and she squinches her eyes shut in unmitigated joy. Thank you. Use my fishing pole whenever you want. Turn on the line. You take hold of the fishing rod and begin reeling in the line. But nothing is on hook. You might have better luck tomorrow. That's cool. A small hollow-cheeked mutant sings a soft, wavering tune to herself. Yellow bruises discolor her skin. Wounds form not from violence but from malnutrition, and her prominent bones bend and twist at odd angles. Still she smiles. She smiles at the oily water, devoid of any fish. She smiles as she arranges her empty basket beside her, and she smiles at you when she sees you standing over her. Hello again. I didn't introduce myself before. I'm Crooked Queek of the Cold Canyon tribe. She coughs into her cupped hand a raw and ragged hacking that bends her double. You take her for a child at first, but after studying her features, it's clear she's in her late teens. It's only some mutation and her bony stature, born of starvation, that makes her seem childlike. Do you know where I might find a woman named Matkina? Matkina, she gasped. That's not what people call her. She leans towards you, eyes as round as coins. They call her the White Death, she says. She's an assassin. I don't know where she is, and I hope I never do. You said you're part of the Cold Canyon tribe. Are they down here too? No, she says lightly. They're all gone, either dead or gone. She still isn't meeting your eyes. There used to be a lot of us. We came here when I was a baby, running from, she pauses, thinking, a war, some sort of war that never ends. My parents thought we would be safe here, but the tribe died off one by one. She turns away, wiping her eyes. This city is hard on people like us. How was the city hard on your tribe? They were used to living in the wilderness, so they knew what they could eat safely. Here, it's not so simple. My mother told me that 10 people died eating tainted food before we found this fishing hole. She stares into the murky water. Then there's the diseases you can catch in the city, and the hate. A lot of people were killed just for being. Hard to look at, I guess. Is it as hard for you to survive here as it was for your people? No, she says, smiling. I don't have a lot to eat, but I'm more resistant to sickness than my parents were, and the people here know me. They leave me alone. You said everyone in your tribe is dead? Not everyone, she says with a brave little smile. I'm here, and some of us just left for better places. I bet they're doing really well. Your real name is Crooked Queek? Sort of. My parents called me Queek, but the nickname came later. She hunches over, her eyes darting shadily from side to side. It's because I sell junk for high prices and bribe the levies to carry people off in the night. She laughs. No, not really. People call me Crooked because I look twisted and broken. Don't you mind that people call you Crooked? Not really. I can't call them liars, can I? She smiles, but it's not the radiant thing you saw before. Are you sure you don't mind that people call you Crooked? I do, she admits softly, but I won't be less crooked if they stop. Why do you think the fish aren't biting? The fish down there are pretty fast and smart. They're nibbling at the bait and swimming away. She watches the line with a combination of hunger and weariness. It's hard for me to get to the pole in time when the rod twitches, and harder to reel in the catch. I'm not very strong. I try fishing with you, Gary. I think I already did. You're welcome to it, she said. Only if you do find something. Could you share? She trails off, blushing. Never mind. Company is better than a scrawny fish. Okay. And yeah, I think I have to come back after I sleep and I can fish up different stuff. Okay. Alright. Go back to the entrance and just work our way around. I'm sure there's a lot of stuff to get into here. Go back to where we came in. Alright, but I'm going to take a short break, use the lavatory, and freshen up my coffee once again. And I will be back. What's the ultimate goal about this game? Let me answer this question for you. The ultimate goal? I'm not sure. I haven't. This is about as far as I've gotten in playing the game. So I mean, I haven't even left the cliffs that you start out at. So I don't know, but as soon as I do know, I will let you know. I mean, yeah, there's a story, but there's a little bit of story where you start off and you're...
Why are your tattoos swirling?
They're not.
Yes, they are. They move all the time. Look, they're swirling right now.
How long am I supposed to escort this delightful jewel?
But anyway, okay, so the story is that the Changing God is just a regular guy that found out how to be immortal by creating bodies, and then he created a body, and then he could found out a way to transfer his consciousness to that new body. But what he didn't know at the time, or what the story says that he didn't know at the time, is that the bodies that he left behind gained a new consciousness whenever he left them. So you are one of those. You are the latest one of those consciousness. You are the last cast off from the Changing God, but since that he's been doing this, there's a primordial being that came into existence because of him kind of cheating death. So now it's called the Sorrow, and now the Sorrow is after him and after all of his cast-offs, including you. So that's the story, and you're trying to find a way around being caught by the Sorrow. But I'm going to break off and use the lavatory real quick, freshen up my coffee, and I will be right back, guys. Just hang out and talk amongst yourselves, and I'll be right back. bit of bad news. Weather's kind of looking rough over here. A lot of tornadoes popping up, or whispers of tornadoes popping up. So I'm going to go ahead and sign off for now, see what happens about this weather, and do a little bit of adulting and catch up on some housework, and I will be back with you guys here after a while. So if you want to tune back in as soon as I get a chance, I'll be back up and streaming. Just follow, go into my channel information. You can see about my Twitter account and all that, and I'll be updating it to let you guys know whenever I'm going to be going live next. So and don't pay any attention to my streaming schedule, because I haven't updated it in like the last 2 days since this game came out. So but until then, thank you guys for coming by. Go ahead and go in here and save. Yeah, thank you guys for coming by, and until a little bit later, just go ahead and click that follow button, and I will see you guys later. Thanks for coming by. Bye.